in my head. So, the assemblers are working hard to make me reinforced plates, but now we want those reinforced plates to be making us not smart chips, but... oh lordy, what were they called? Something about a cube. Something about... oh lordy, I have forgotten. I have completely forgotten already. Help me out here, assembler. Yes, the steeled frame. The modular steeled frame. At the 11th hour, we decided that we could make these 3 at a time if we bring in steel. But steel is a problem, because steel is needed to make the foundry to make that. Which is why we just made a little bit of the old styly ones. Maybe making a bit more than a little of them. So that we can have our foundry and get that... would you sod off? I love how intimidating it is to take out the chainsaw on that, but sadly, he's having none of it. I really should invest in a whack-a-mashmack to take those guys out, rather than waste my precious ammo on them. Anyway, foundry. Foundry is the way forward. Let us have one. Let us figure everything out and get it done easily peasily. So the foundry... better believe I haven't consumed the numbers on this. But maybe I'll get it sussed out. Anything's possible, right? Could I expand my production out in this direction? Might be a little awkward too, but we can deal with awkward. So I will have the input come over on this side. Does it found... I hope it produces at a faster rate. Is that faster? I think these are 30. Okay, so 50% faster is certainly agreeable. And what's more, it would not be difficult to boost you up to a full belt per minute. Would not be difficult to boost you up to a full belt per minute. That seems quite good. However, why don't I just build 2 of them and underclock them? That way I can save even more. Then I just need 2 of these next to each other. Maybe even easier to scale it up that way. Because if I brought these guys down to 30 a pop, oh my, the power savings, I imagine. Yeah, because what are you guys? You're going from 16 down to, well, it's not going to say until it does 1 cycle, is it? No, it doesn't want to. Bit of a shame. It'd be nice if that live updated for me. Anyway, I think that might be better. What does it take to get out of that? Keep mashing escape and it didn't want to close. But still, steel is on the menu, and I want that steel. So, how are we going to do this? We're going to split. As Cortez would say, it's time to split. Except, it doesn't want to line up, because of course these are not chunk-aligned, are they? No, I'll just have to eyeball it. It gets easy for the next one at least. So you want to come out there on default mode, and then I switch to straight because straight is better. I just like straight. Split the split. Actually, it probably doesn't need this end one, but I like to imagine we might want to double this in the future, which will get easier if you're not in my way. 4 foundries. Go, go, go. You think we'd need 4? Well, we don't have the input to provide for 4, so that's off the question. What am I even thinking here? I'm thinking I want you. I'm further thinking I want you. I need to link you all together. Power line to you to you, and you to you. And then you could link up with this as well. And then all is relatively well. Power slugs. Power slugs. I will not be denied my slug. I went on a whole slug escapade, and don't fool yourself into thinking that we won't have another. I cannot summarize how much I love foundries. They're just the best, says Neefington. Well, Neefington, I think you're just the best. Every time I see your name, without fail, you remind me of RimWorld. And whilst I don't currently have a sizable desire to play RimWorld. It will always be there for me. Hang on, there are more slugs to be had? You're telling me I missed something in this direction? I will not stand by idly while the slugs are not in my possession. I swear I can hear them. Well, I can hear something. Perhaps it's all the way up in that little outcrop. Maybe hearing that Thiefington loves his foundries puts me in the mood to delay getting those foundries up and running. No, surely not. I will, however, hold on to these power slugs now. I already made a bunch of power boosters, but people were saying, hold on, Jake, you'll be able to duplicate them. The power shards, rather. I will do my utmost to hold off making more. But that means I need to figure out how to make those things that make more power shards. I believe somebody said the summer sloop is involved. So I will ponder that. But only after I do the next step. And the next step is bringing coal over here so that I can make my beloved steel for the first time. We have not made steel. This must change. We had an idea of making steel elsewhere, but at the 11th hour we got a new recipe telling us to make steel here instead. 685 meters in that direction. Before I go all the way over there, am I actually able to bring this stuff back? With 264 iron bibbledy-boops. Probably, but I think I could grab a few more. Thank you, please. Thank you, please. And isn't there a much better way to get these? I could just take them away from you because you've been banking them up. Not as much as I would have imagined, actually. Should I store these anyway? No, they'll be made slowly enough that I'm sure I can take care of matters. It's a pure coal node. Pure coal node. Why does that feel like such a weird word? Or a weird way of saying something? It is true though, isn't it? Hang on, I've lost my bearings once more. I'll need to bring power over there. Power over there, and then I'll make my life a lot easier if I just put this place in as a ping. Or ping adjacent. Do I just have to add a marker and then say, I'm going here, and then highlight it? Easy as easy can be. I would like my power here, please. Preferably in such a manner that I can... drag you out from here? Better. What an odd length. Looks like it's certain number plus half of these foundation pieces. Okay, never mind. We have a destination to go. Let's go. I foresee no difficulty. Then again, that's what George said in Resident Evil Outbreak, and George died. Haven't played Outbreak in forever right now. I'd be well up for another run of it. The question is finding other people that would want to play it as well. I think it's a lot easier to set up these days. Hopefully. First time setting it up, it was a massive pain. But it's one of my more fond gaming memories, truth be told. As I choose to remember it, it was myself, Lucky, Callum and Tandy. Somebody had just noticed that there was a way to play Resident Evil Outbreak Online again. The servers had been shut down since... When did they get shut down? I don't know. years and years ago. Even the Japanese ones went down eventually, which is what some of us were using. But the servers are back up. Took us hours to figure it out, though. Someone had backwards made the servers. What's the name again? Backwards something or other. And it was so good. I love Resident Evil Outbreak. It's one of my favorite games. Reverse engineered. Thank you, Max. Words are failing me today. You know, because it's a weekday. I feel like there are slugs waiting for me here. And I cannot deny my desire to save slugs. Hold on, that's not a slug. It's something of a slug adjacent, though. It's some summer slop. I'm coming for you too. Beautiful.
We watch the waves of the effigies in the shallows passing through the windows, and they're all the same. There is no resonance growth. Sing.
I just called the Fix-It doctors. They told me there is definitely no danger from repeat exposure to these signals. In fact, they said it is good for you. I apologize, but the call dropped suddenly, otherwise they would have told you themselves. The good news is you should run towards these strange and dangerous-looking objects whenever you find them. Doctor's orders.
It's so nice having a character looking out for you in this. That kind of reassuring voice was maybe a little lost in Factorio. I know that runs contrary to my frequent complaints of how I don't like characters talking to me in games. But there's a big difference there. The difference is, do I want to listen to what you're saying? If you're Ada, yes. Unless you're Ada from Resident Evil 2 Remake, in which case, hell no. There's still more slugs. Slugs everywhere. Why is somebody telling me to double them? We clearly don't even need the number that's already here. Easy peasy. There are more slugs. Ada isn't an escort mission. Oh, there is that. Although Ada was an escort mission in Resident Evil 2, the original. But we didn't mind that because she was pretty good at shooting things and killing them. I'm being tricked here, aren't I? It's above me, not below me. Yes, I can even see the light of it absorbing the power around it. And it's a good one. And... oh, there are even more. No. One must exercise a bit of restraint here. I can do things other than grab slugs. There's a whole rest of the game for making slugs, but I need to get the production of these mysterious cube things underway post-haste. Yeah, there's another thing. Ada isn't so frequent. The problem I find in these kinds of games is they think that humor will just happen if characters keep bloody talking. Maybe I'm just a big old sourpuss. Actually, that's more than likely, isn't it? Right. Pure coal is soon to be mine. Especially if you die for me. Do you have any friends? Ooh, that's a friend. Just grabbed one and we get another. Still think this is edge of the world and death, though. I know people are saying we can go very far in all this, but how far is far? How soon is now? But The slugs. I can even see the slug. I thought I could see the slug. I can feel the slug. What an enjoyable game. I actually have no idea how this would be going if I were only playing this in my own time. I wonder if it's a game I'd actually just be no-lifing. I thought that would be the case with the new Monster Hunter game, but I have not been no-lifing that. Haven't been playing it much outside of doing multiplayer, in fact. Which is, of course, what the real experience is with monster hunting. Where is that bleeding slug? Is there a cave system going on here? Ooh, perhaps this has worked out after all. There's a crash site. Crash sites almost always have nasty buggers prowling around them. I suspect this one is no exception. I'll be ready. Boy, all the leaves I can take in this crash site. What a find. As expected. Ooh, nice. Exactly what I'm automating. Ah! And also very nice, we already have the goods. Do these always have hard drives in them? Because I think we're 3 for 3 on finding hard drives in them. Cue it giving me another alternative recipe for something I'm making right now. Oh, you know all those screw factories you just made? Well, here's a much better recipe for screws. I know I'd be grateful, but I'd also be a bit miffed. Cables, nice. Rotors, nice. Actually, just iron plates. Also nice. It's all good stuff. I played most of Monster Hunter World solo, and it was fun, says Alcoro. Just joining in on hunts with random other people isn't too bad. You don't talk to each other. Yeah, that's why I like to play it with the lads. Myself, Tandy, Lucky, and Callum. You know, same Outbreak crew from before. God, we've been playing games together for a long-ass time now. Playing EU3 together back in the day, believe it or not. We used to just call it the group the lobby simulator. We're actually a breakaway from an old 4chan group, but that was just full of degenerates, so much happier this way. Let's get mining then, shall we? I'm not that far away from bigger, better miners, but that would require steel, I recall, which is what we're working towards. Now, what do I do with you? I think given the difference in cost, I can quite happily just bring back 2 lines, because this stuff's coming out muckle fast. 120. But the creation of iron is only 60. So what's a cunning pioneer to do? I could boost the 60, double it up and make a butt ton of steel. Or I could double the miner, or I could do both. Either way, I think we'll bring 2 lines of this back. Well, should I? If I brought this stuff back via you on Mark II... Oh yeah, it's gonna cost a lot. It's gonna cost a lot of those fancy bits, so I don't want to do that. Do not want to do that at all. There's always a tractor option. There is, but it's not very far and it's not an end product. I feel like tractor should be an end product kind of thing. Or at least a dense product. Whatever the case, you're coming with me, and I will need you split. So, in you go to Splitsville. Look at it go. Now we split you in two and then bring you back neatly side by side. Are you going to be so nice as to do that for me? Also, what kind of straight is that? I guess we should just do this default. Can I arrange these such that they very nicely go side by side, or is that just not an option on the world when it's not built on top of the nice things? Yes, the nice things. I can word good. The foundations, of course. Stack them on top of each other instead. That's a thing. Ooh, wow. 'Tis indeed a thing. Alright, you're all coming back with me then. There's a part for belt stacking. Well, I see this is not really coming together so hot, but... Logistics stackable conveyor pole. Logistics stackable conveyor pole. Where does the second bit go in? If I were to imagine you coming in here. You go up there, but how does it go in the bottom bit? You build another one on top of it. Ah. That was the ceiling mount. Oh, it even gives me a ladder to climb on the thing. That's pretty cool. That's pretty very cool. All right. You're all going away now. I am very grateful for people telling me about these kinds of things. I don't know how long I would have passed by on this. Probably the whole game. Long ago, I played a game called Resettier, and then medium time ago I played it. And then not even that long ago I played it again, because the game is really good. But the first time I played Resettier, I went through the entire game not noticing that the shops sold different types of equipment. I thought the guild only sold swords, and that the market only sold fruit. And that is all I ever bought and stocked in the shop. And I won, because one, I'm good at economics, and two, it's not a difficult game. But it does go to show how little I notice these kinds of things. Doesn't this make it rather difficult to judge how far away these are going to be? Because I could build this over there, but then it wouldn't reach. Guess I'll just build as far as I know that it'll reach. Or perhaps as far as I suspect it can reach, which is not far enough. It's easy to check. Build a foundation bridge. Yes, I suppose I could. How much are these elevated things costing me anyway? Pipes, okay, but worthless crap, basically. Well, it's not crap, but it certainly doesn't have a very high value. It's a little hard to lock on. Actually, I can barely tell if it is locking on. No. Well, maybe. Just as Fix-It envisioned. Oh, this is woozy. Glad I don't have a fear of heights. Yeah, so how do I eyeball it so that I can get this far enough away to maximize the distance, but not so far that they don't connect? I can drag this out and get a feel for where it ends, but maybe there's an easier way. Come on, there we go. Oh, don't bring up the roller coasters. I really, really think with very little work, this could turn into an excellent roller coaster game. You can zoop the poles to auto space. Zoop the poles. Build, rotate, snap, hollow. Sample, quick switch. I'm not seeing the zoop mode here. It just builds. Press R for the build mode. Ooh. Still means I need an initial point, but I guess we could do that. Oh no, that just zoops it up and down though. I want to zoop it along as far as I can go. Well, too bad for me. There's got to be a better way to do this. There is not, says Nix. Oh no. I didn't sign up for there not being a better way. Look at how far this stuff has to go. This is all Max's fault. He told me to put them on top of each other, whereas I could just put them side by side and drag them out nice and easily like this. Look at how much easier this is. Although I will have to do it twice. Now it's ugly. I can handle that. You can drag one belt along the ground and then build stackable poles on top of that. Ah, there we go. There's a solution that's marginally less ugly. And yeah, we just put the poles up on top of the bit that exists in the ground from where it already knows that it's gone far enough. Clever. Or at least I know it's gone far enough. How do we get you in here anyway? I think I'll bring you over to here. Ah, you. You're a real piece of work. I'm not putting it through the rock. I have standards beyond that. Why doesn't it like this? Wow, I really ran down the iron plates. And I need to build a whole lot more. I need to do that again, don't I? You have some iron plates, but that's not going to get me all the way, I'm sure. It'll get me some of the way. So do remember this is coal coming over here. And now I can actually have you built out a much more proper way. From here. I worry this is going to be a little bit too close, huh? This is actually a bigger problem I'm going to have to solve at some point. Dealing with threading these things. I can't exactly underground belt them. If I remember well, earlier I was just using these. Also worth considering the speed at, or the rate at which these things are coming in. So I could just pop you in like that. What's the rate at which you can consume these? Well, you will be doing 30. Actually, I don't need to bring over a second one. Not yet. It won't be necessary. That's good to know. Well, that can bring one over, but why don't I just do splitty things? Yes. Splitter here. You go in. Oh boy, can I even connect that? Does that work? We're a long way away from having the coal over here to be able to tell. Oh, but this never seems to work the way I want it to, does it? No, no. I want it just popping straight at the top of it. I have a feeling I've boxed myself into too much of a corner here. Like I should push this out a bit. But can I work with what I have regardless? Also, is that coal actually on its way? Didn't think it would be so slow. That looks a lot like coal. Okay, good. Now to suss bringing it in here. I think what I should probably do is have it come high and then drop in down. The problem I'm doing is I'm bringing it in like that, whereas what I should do is... lift it in. Like so. Split it whilst it comes in from yonder. And slap that in as well. I'd go so far as to say that might work. Wait, why is this one twisting around suddenly? What isn't adding up here? Why is that not straight as a pretzel? Maybe the direction that thing comes in at's weird? Something's weird. Whoa, okay, there's my problem. You're not even attached. How could such a thing happen? Actually, how is that one connected then? It is connected, right? Right? Or do you need to have a belt coming out of the end of it? There's my problem. There's still some belt lodged in there. It has all become clear. Oh god, I reset the game, so Satisfactory is going to yell at me again for spending too much of my precious time playing. Oh well, I can live with it. So now again, I want you coming in from hither, and then heading out. Ooh. Ooh, no. No, I don't think that's how I want it at all. Looks like it's best to have you come out like so. Then do that. Then do the... I undid you, didn't I? Yes. And then I can have you come up there, nice and straight. Ooh, might be onto a winner. It's going to do that every 2 hours anyway. Is there a way to disable that? I could do without the reminder. Sometimes I just like to let the hours melt away. Surely there would be, right? Options. Gameplay. Autosave, schedule, clearance, arachnophobia, mouse, narrative message. That's probably not the same thing. Break notifications. You can go right away. Thank you and good night. Right. We finally have foundries operational. They make me 60 steel ingots per minute. And that's a rate that we could very much increase, but for now this is fine. I need to punch this steel directly into steel tubes, but I don't actually know how to do that. Please tell me it's just steel. It is just steel. Thank goodness for that. Makes 20 per minute. So I would want 2 steel pipe factories. What's the ratio of how these get used as my... what's the other thing called? It's not steel. Is it modular? Yeah, modular frame. 20 per minute. I will consume 20 per minute, and I will produce... consuming 20, producing 40. Alright, so I can slam half of them into that thing, and I can bank the other half knowing that I need them. That is good. Das ist gut. Feels weird to merge then split them, but I like to merge then split. And again, it's no real skin off my nose to up the production if needed. I should, however, bring it over. I should bring it way over so I got plenty of space for more, much more foundry if needed. Can always upgrade this belt or stack my belts as we've now seen. But yes, I want you brought over here, please. And we shall just have regular constructor bots. Right about here. To make steel pipes. And yes, for now it's just 2, but in the future it may be many, many more. So let's prepare ourselves with this. How? Right, I must remember, when you copy a shape, you do not copy its orientation. Although I would rather, if you copied a shape, you just copied its orientation. Oh well, that'll make the rules. Maybe while we're at it, copy the settings, huh? Of course you won't do anything without power. Fortunately, I can give you power. I'm already concerned at just how much I am going to be needing. Ah, I see. Well, I think I see. There we go. Already concerned at just how much my power needs are going to be. Look at that. Consumption, I believe, is already eating into my My biofuel. I imagine biofuel gets used last. Still concerning though, so I'm going to need to double up my power again. Well, again, I haven't doubled it up once, but I will need to. Maximum consumption would be, but consumption isn't. Yeah, but I don't trust that. I don't trust it as far as I could throw it. Right, so steel pipes come out. Our reinforced beam things are there. This should have space to grow, just as that has space to grow. And then we'll just bring them together here-ish. Give myself yet more ground to work with. Why are we not in Zoop mode anymore? Does it forget that between saves? Or between sessions, rather? Heavens knows. The second constructor is not powered. Looks powered to me, but I can double check. Or rather, we'll see it in action real soon. Look at that, they're both green. Right, so we are going to need the big ones, the assemblers for this. I'm assuming we will find much larger things than assemblers in due time. I do wish they snapped better to the foundations, though. That was the wrong way, wasn't it? Yeah. Currently, I'm just needing 2 of them. The need for growth will dictate wanting more in due time, I'm sure. And how about you two? I don't really want 1 for 1. I want you guys merged and split. Could do with that smart splitter. Hang on, didn't I get some stuff from Mam? Let's see, we still have not found hatchers, at least I don't think so. I could get the medical inhaler, wouldn't be too hard. Ooh, I could get my equipment slot with all this steel. Except, I still think I'll be making other steel stuff elsewhere. This is just for steel tubes, I'll make the steel other bits over at the other coal location. The hatchers of the bees. Oh, you mean I could kill that thing? I figured it was just an environmental hazard. Perhaps it is not. Hang on. Alien technology. Alien harnessing. This is doable if I... Well, this is just doable now that I have the steel things. I should get on top of that soon. Alright, so we've got stuff to do once we're out of here. The summer sloop analysis, but that has been researched. So I should get on this. Okay, that's what we'll do after steel is done then. Makes sense. Oh, but what also makes sense is to check out that hard drive. How do I analyze the hard drive? It just popped up last time saying, hey, hard drive check. How do I do it now? Maybe on the first entry labeled hard drives. Ah, maybe. Maybe. Alright, thank you, ma'am. You go and figure that out. Max has all the bright ideas. And you should see him since he grew his hair out as well. He became devilishly handsome. He got tired of looking like Nosferatu. Alright, in you go, Co. Assuming I've left myself space for this to go up, which I think I have. And bring you two together. This is what I need my little dimensional pocket for, by a long way. So you're going to be set up for the steeled frame. What was I saving by making steeled frames again? I guess the output's going up by 50%, but what did the steel pipes replace? I think they replaced just regular pipes, right? So if anything, I just made my life a bit harder to speed things up, and I'm not sure if speeding this up is even necessary. But in time, no doubt I'll be glad I did this. Plus I have now got steel pipes set up. You took screws out. Was it screws? No. No, I did not. We took out adding 12 pipes. And I suppose by another metric, we did reduce screws. The other alternative option was screws. Yeah, well, certainly glad we didn't put that one to use. Screws. Keep hitting right click to get rid of menus, and sometimes it gets rid of it, but sometimes it just brings up that other menu. Yeah, so I right click away to get away from this, and it brings up this. I should probably be hitting Q, right? That's right click. That's Q. Alright, try to remember Q. I won't, but I will try. So what was I doing with these things again? Were they actually needed for anything that I'm building? Why did I make these? Ah, right. I'm going to need them for versatile frameworks. That complicates matters because I need to mix them with my steel beams, and I'll probably make my steel beams elsewhere. Huh. Why am I making modular frames here? What was the reasoning for doing it here again? I think it's here because I had iron here and coal not too far away. But if I want to make more, I'm going to need even more iron. No, it's not that kind of stream. Iron. Well now. They're both impure, but... more foundries, more steel. There's an idea. However, I'm currently only able to extract from this one location for my steel. But maybe that's enough, because if I turbo boosted you, I can get 120 out of there. Then I could double up my production, provided I brought over my second belt. So I'd have another couple of foundries. More steel, and then I would use that steel to make my steel beams, which again only need ingots. That could work. I struggle to see why it wouldn't work. It certainly needs a lot of the beams though, and that's 4 to 1. And I need 12, so that's a hell of a lot of them in order to make these. Yeah, exactly. The tier 2 miners would boost things on both sides, so that's another consideration. Alright, I think I will do that. So we will get our steel done here, or rather the other steel stuff will be done here. And I can always peel off more steel as needed. Peel off. Wasn't that a Dragon Ball character? So you're filling up on the plate, right? Certainly looks like it. Nice and orderly. They actually look like your briefcase that you put through Air Force One in Perfect Dark. You guys are here, you guys are powered, you guys are foolish. Star starting to think that I want you on my quick bar. Not usually the world's biggest fan of quick barring. Well, in general, I suppose. But yeah, quick barring 7 is quite a high number. Yes, and yes. Almost feels like I could do with a ceiling here, but I'll make do without it. How does this happen? How does this continue to happen? What? Ah, that's because I put you the wrong way around. Of course. I don't know how this is so hard to follow. Right, I need to merge you and then pop you out on that side. Then up you go into your new destination. And out pops the bits that I need. Although I do wonder if Mam wanted any of these in particular. Well, in lieu of knowing how much or for what I need these, I say we merge them together and shove them in there. There we go. Feels good when it all somewhat comes together. Now, ma'am, help me out. What do I need these for? If I indeed need them. And that's a no. That's possible, but nah. I will want my steel for that eventually. Don't need that there, but I will want... Oh, that's right. Aren't I overproducing these? I believe I'm producing twice as many of these as I need. However, couldn't we solve that by simply taking the excess? This won't work the way I want it to, but I will try regardless. No, it just straight up won't work. I thought I could maybe have a suspended storage facility up here. Is there any way I could, though? He's thinking. He's still thinking, but he can't think of anything. Oh, maybe he can. Maybe he can. Surface too uneven. So you're saying it needs to be on top of something? That works fine, though. Huh? They'll never know. Yeah, it does work. It's just being held up by an extremely sturdy transport belt. Or we've got certain magnets here keeping it suspended. It's all possible. Perfect Factory by DDR Jank. What is he getting at? Alright, and I wanted a bunch of steel pipes for some reason, and I'm sure I had a good reason. Useful in something or other. You could put another one below it and route the belt through that. I wanted it in the air though. Although that might get in the way of expanding this. So maybe that's a bad thing to have right there. This is a splitter. Why not have it come here? This space isn't being used for anything. Yet. I still think this is a workaround for a shoddy mistake. But I couldn't make this any steeper. Don't forget your hard disk. Yeah, we should definitely see what thing that we've just done we can redo. Alright, I am in your hands, chat. 6 inventory slots or the steel screw. I gotta say that steel screw seems immensely good. Turn one bit of steel into a huge amount of screws at a very rapid rate. That feels like it would solve a lot of problems in the future. But I do love inventory slots, so I think I'm just going to take the inventories. No, I'm just kidding. I think those steel screws sound amazing. Inventory slots, no brainer. No, steel screws sound amazing. Because that's just, well, it's the same amount of processing, right? Yeah, steel beams, not steel ingots. But that's a very rapid rate of production, right? On the one hand, the steel screw recipe is nice. On the other, if you don't take the slots, we'll bring it up every single time you run out of space. Do you have a 260 per minute belt? No, far from it. You can get rid of screws. What? That is a rapid rate of screw production, though. Going from 40 to 260. That's 4 ingots, though. 8 ore total. Holy smokes, that's a lot. There are better screw recipes. It's not an... Oh, right, I thought this was the one screw recipe. People were talking about there being a good one, but it turns out there are a lot of steel screw recipes. Alright, then I'm taking the slots. Ah, man, I love having slots. Oh yeah, rescanning was an option as well, wasn't it? But I might have gotten garbage again, whereas I love having slots. Improves the quality of my life. And deep down, that's what everybody should be after. Improving my life. Right, glad to see these things are being made. It's not rapidly, but they are being made. Now I have to ask myself, for what purpose? I don't know. It's hard to remember what my tier goals were, but maybe I should just make the other part of the steel here right now. Although that would be easier if I had my better miner, so I could get more of the iron out. Which is probably what I have to do first. Although again, we have more iron very close by. Also, I have ways of improving this. I have many options. I don't even know which one of them I want the most. I'll go back and check the tier stuff that I need. At least then I can lock one of them in. What was that? Was that ambient life or was something shooting at me? I'm sure if something was shooting at me, I would have gotten the warning about hostile wildlife. Jake has refused to use the Dimensional Depot for the last 9 hours. I haven't got it unlocked yet. I've needed steel, I think. I'll go and check. Kind of nice to be back here, but what can I drop off? Long live our weird things. Where do I keep my tickets, by the way? I think I made a thing right here for the tickets, right? Yeah, there we go. I'll check that for my next unlocks. Right, goodbye slugs and meat. And berries, anything biological going in here. Otherwise, I'm fine with what I have. Yeah, this thing has been lacking the fluctuator, which I have not unlocked because I've needed these. Now I don't, and now I can go and get some reanimated SAM. I could pick it up from where I made the thing, but we learned that there's some SAM nearby, and please don't tell me I didn't make note of it. Okay, it's up there. Pure SAM. What is the order for this anyway? I think it's just a single thing to turn pure SAM into reanimated SAM. So I should go and do that. The Jake Boombox is the answer for the bees, and it's only 3 tickets. That can't be true, right? As soon as you unlock the ability to produce, you can buy with tickets really good for unlocking MAM tiers. I have been expressly told not to do that, if nothing else because Ada will mock me. You mean this stuff, right? I thought it was a good idea. It seems like a good idea to me to grab these for unlocks. But people have told me, maybe I shouldn't listen to them. When has listening to people ever gotten me anywhere? Think of the unlocks I could do. I could have my extra hand slot. And it's not like my points are doing anything else. Power augmenter. I wonder if anything else is similarly available like that. Like my smart splitters. Maybe I should get a little bit of everything that I don't currently have access to, so I can use it for unlocks. I mean, look at that, I can use black powder for Nobelisk already. But you probably need them to further make them, don't you? This, on the other hand, I would quite like that. But it is not available. The black powder is, but the other part is not. Yeah, sod it, don't be wimpy. Just go and replace your sink with a container on your existing ZAM production line. No need to make a new one. Yeah, but then I don't continually make more sync points, and I'd like that to keep going. Also, this thing is so close by. I could even just take the power from the coal up to the SAM and mine out the SAM and take it that way. Steel beams. Can't even remember where I was doing the SAM stuff. Maybe it was over there. The boombox is an AoE attack. It kills the bees. It does sound nice. Better sync stuff than SAM. SAM is not a lot of points. Well, I am now syncing the quicklime stuff, aren't I? Alright, alright. I'll go over there and I'll replace it with a thingamajigger. But, and here's the big but. I want to make the next tier of SAM stuff, which means I probably want to be close by for it. I'm going to check that. At least the steel is being produced while I back and forth over the same bleeding thing here. Yeah, see, I need to make this fluctuator, and I don't even know how. And then when I have the fluctuator, then I can make the dimensional depot, however that works, and I will explore it. Also, energy harvesting might be relevant. It might not, but it might. And there's a power augmenter, and whatever comes after that. So yeah, screw what you guys think. I'm going to make my additional SAM over there. Although, am I going to have the bits and bobs for it? Ooh, wow. Actually making smart plating. 10, 20, 30, 40, 50. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So we've got 500 of the 1,000 that we need. That's not bad pace. At the moment, we don't have the machine. Oh, man. Tell me I don't have what I need for my beloved Sam? Oh, sod it. I'm going over there anyway. At least I'll have it at the ready. Do I have the bits and bobs needed for this? I should think so. Surprised I haven't just made one massive stairway to heaven right here. Wait, is the stairway I made here still operational? It is. Sweet. Shouldn't criticize a man who can already go up ladders like he's the Bengalese Superman, but please climb faster. The space elevator has belt input slots if you'd like those flowing directly, and I can just bring them over by hand. Seems like a wasted effort to put a belt over there when I could just shove them in by hand. Better control over them as well. Let's climb up the Moray space program. Oh, easy now. That's exactly how the Moray space program would end. I believe that's where the SAM is. Oh, I can also see my energy generation from here. It's incredible, this game's draw distance. It must have some kind of simplification of what's beyond there, but it's very impressive. A series of jump pads on floating foundations is a faster method of gaining height. I wouldn't mind making that at some point then. They don't need to be powered, do they? Do they? No, I think they do need to be powered. What's the power demands on a jump pad? 5 megawatts? Phew. I'm not made of power. Plus, they're not very good. Too cheap for a space elevator, made a space ladder. And explain to me why a space ladder wouldn't work. Gonna be pretty bad if I don't even get over to where I need to go right now. Gosh, there's so much exploration to do in this game. Almost have access to the hyper tubes. I think that was one of the tier things. I was meant to check the tiers, and of course I forgot to. What's the main difference between starting in the different biomes, by the way? I can't imagine it would deny you some of the resources that I already have, so I'm curious as to what the difficulty spike is. Or is it just a different experience? Could make a long foundation bridge from the SAM back to the base. Just a flavor really? I thought it was recommended to do this one. There's that radiation. Better be wary of that. Looked deadly. Sounded deadly. Alright, Sam. Why is Sam talking to me? That's not the button I wanted. This is the button I wanted. Nobody knows. Alright, miner won't be doing much for me until I bring power up to you. Should I be bringing you down from here, though, I wonder? Oh, that's rock. A lot of rock. Trying to think how best to bring this stuff down or do anything with it. Probably best to make it as compact as possible first, though. So that's quite a bit of SAM to pop out. Also, it looks all fuzzy-like. Tell me about the SAM recipe. Reanimated SAM takes 4 into 1. Well, that's already a pretty good ratio change. Also, probably having a much better time if I foundation this stuff. Apparently that's snapping to the global grid. Apparently. Thank goodness you don't have to concern yourself with structural integrity. I was upset at how much better the other zones were than this starter zone. It says CPT, trips. Can't refer to him as captain. We only have one captain today, and that's Captain Crow. The big winner. Alright, remind me again, how fast is this made? Oh, you'll consume the full 120. Dang, this stuff will pop out fast. Well, that works to my benefit. No, they don't get smelted. Construct them. Construct them on the double. Don't mind the rock coming out of you. But do mind putting it the right way around. Every time, man, every freaking time. So now I have to suss this coming down, and also I have to suss if I want to just store these. And for now, I don't think there's a problem if I do. I have not yet ascertained the value of this SAM stuff. So just in case, have it there. Will I want to grab it by hand? Will I want to hand feed it? These are all questions I need to solve. Where's my power source? You're all the way down there. I could have sworn I brought power near here, though. This is where I could do with a Factorio style overlay. I could have sworn I brought power over. Worry not, though. These things are nice and cheap. This is hardly much of an overhead, especially knowing that the nasty denizens of this location won't have it in for me. Or at least it won't have it in for my infrastructure. Hey, vertigo feels so good. A little ugly, but whatever. That should be operational now. And a pain in the bum to get back up to, but it's working. Did you run a Mark 1 belt from the miner? I'm pretty sure I made it Mark 2. Could see these guys are running hard. I will want to double this. Probably soon. Maybe I can get blueprints for that. But somebody said blueprints are only 4x4 on the squares, and that... I think at the time I said, that sounds reasonable, but no, I would need it to be much, much bigger to blueprint and reverse this. Because I do just want to make a symmetrical one of this. Double up my power production. If only I had a tool to carry you the distance. I was very unimpressed with that. This is my tool. I mean, I could give it a go, right? But I want another hand slot. The zipline was bigger on the big towers. Yeah, the big towers, which I'm hesitant to make because of the increased cost. Be gone. Blueprints do not connect the belts and the pipes between them, so they're not easily tileable like Factorio. Ugh. To be fair, Factorio went through a lot of teething pain with its own blueprints. Alright, what did I achieve by doing that? Now that is being made for me, and if I want to go and grab it, I gotta climb up and go over again. Which I guess I'm not too opposed to. I think I want to grab some of that by hand. Yeah, because I'll need it for sussing out that next tech, whatever it entails. I also wouldn't mind actually working my way through some tier 4 stuff. This is incredibly doable, and it gets me the Mark II miner, which is exactly what I'm after. Okay, well, I just need to go and grab some of the modular frames, which I have banking up in a big box. But that will get me a better miner, and I'm all for that. And then we'll work our way on that dimensional thingamajigger, which may or may not solve all my inventory problems. People are selling it to me like that, so that's what I'm hoping for. I'm sure the devs didn't want blueprints at all, but the community wanted it so bad, this was their concession. Listening to the community. Factorio's done plenty of that, right? I'm probably going to need these fairly wholesale for unlocks. Same for these, just give them all to me. We'll climb up the Mori space program soon enough again. Why are these standing still? Why are you standing still? Am I far over? Oh, that's right. We produced the plates with the old recipe in mind, didn't we? But now we have a new recipe in mind, which now only needs 4 plates per minute. Although, interestingly enough, I could just build another one of these to consume the plates. Or I could bank the plates. What's more important to me, banking or consuming? Probably consuming, given the apparent need for many, many modular frames and my overproduction of these things. But I do also need those plates, regardless. This merges, would you go away? Wish those things did give drops. These are splitters, right? I shall take your excess. No point not producing them, it seems like a waste not to. Excuse me. Yeah, I'm sure that's fine. It's not exactly how it should be. This thing should be something of a smart splitter, but this'll do. Modular frames are pretty important for the tech. Yeah, I don't doubt that they're important. We do now have them somewhat automated. Are you still banking plates near your biofuel area? Yes. Although that plate production is very slow. Also, it's being put towards the smart plates. Also, biofuel mentioned. biofuel will be topped up. With another ton of leaves. And just as well, though, they're running low. Heavens knows we need those leaves. Right. All session, we haven't even completed a single bit of the tier, but now we shall. Get going.
Milestone reached. The Miner Mark II allows extraction of resources from nature to fix it at twice the speed of the Mark I model. Miners can be directly upgraded to Mark II without removing the Mark I model, just like conveyor belts and other upgradable infrastructure. Unfortunately, setting up the production of advanced steel parts and project part number 3, automated wiring, will not be as easy. Every moment you delay reduces the chances of saving humanity. I will not show you the predictions, it would only demotivate you.
Thanks, Ada. Hey, there's hypertubes. Max was waving his gums about hypertubes, but do I have this thing unlocked yet? The industrial beam. Maybe. Yes, I just got it, in fact. And all it is regular steel beams plus concrete, right? That's the implication I was getting. Still, no matter what any of these other unlocks require me to go down the steel beam avenue. But I reckon if I had steel beams, I'd have everything else here done. Alright, so steel beam is the answer. The question, of course, is how do I make these bigger and better miners? With steel beams, of course. On top of that, somewhat frustratingly, they still require me to make or carry around these bleeding portable miners. I don't know why that's part of the recipe. Seems like an unnecessary clogging of my inventory. Also, I need more of them. And that's never okay. In fact, couldn't I just tell this constructor to make me a bunch of them? No. Oh, of course not, because they're a multi-good... good. There, where's my daily dose assembler? You there, I require... Hey, the AI limiter. I was meant to make these. For some reason. They can't make me the miners. Okay, but you can make me AI limiters, so please do. Glad I brought back a bunch of these now. But this is all part of my plan. There we go, so the AI limiters will plug away, and I suspect I need to use my equipment workshop to make me all of these portable miners. There's got to be a better way, right? Why could this not be made in the assembler? The very thought of these parachutes being one-use items fills me with dread. I don't know how high these things stack, but this should do it. They were dark, dark days. I'm all the happier for not touching early access, no matter how much people tell me, oh, you know, it was a great early access. It was more complete than most games that aren't early access. There's a line I love to get. Well, that's great. I'd still rather wait for it to be 1.0 so I can have it in its full majesty. 50 is the size of the... Why they make this so long to make as well? Do we have the extra dimensional inventory yet? Pretty sure you can now. That's exactly what we're working towards right now. I just set up another SAM miner. I'm going to go back, grab the SAM, as much as has been poured into the inventory, use it on the MAM, and then see if we can advance further with that. All the while, the steel and the modular bits are being made. The only regret I have is that I'm not making steel beams right now, but soon we'll be making lots and lots of steel beams. I'm sure. Will be better. I just like the idea that once something is automated, you have made an arbitrary amount of it, because the resources won't run out. It's not like automating... what would be an example? Automating plastic in Factorio. That coal's going to run out, or the oil will drain down, and you're going to have to revisit it soon enough. Alright, there's our 50. I should make 25 of the thingamajiggers we were talking about. The double miners. There's the AI limiters that I need to research right now. What was that under? Yeah, now I can make spark splitters.
Smart Splitter unlocked. The Smart Splitter offers advanced settings that can improve conveyor belt logistics.
Not particularly insightful there, Ada. What about a nutritional processor? I like nutrition.
Research shows potential for processing planetary nutrients for pioneer benefit. Nutritional inhaler research available.
And I've been banking up what I need for that. Bacon, not bacon, and something else that isn't bacon. And with that, nutrients is done. Wait, what? Where are all my nuts? I have a load of... Oh, they're in my hand. And that's not the same as not being in my hand.
Nutritional inhaler recipe unlocked. Using this inhaler will restore health, and also gives your skin a radiant glow that is connected to well-being and probably not radioactivity.
Give me the probability, Ada. Never did make that alien DNA capsule. What do they need again? Alien proteins. Something wanted 10 or so alien DNA capsules. What was it? Also nice it says completed there, otherwise I'd keep clicking on it. I'll probably keep clicking on it anyway, though. Wait, protein inhaler. I thought I just got the protein inhaler. No, that's a medicinal inhaler. Not to be confused with a protein inhaler? I'm confused. I should probably check that thing out then.
Research completed. The protein inhaler can restore health in the eventuality that you have been carelessly damaging fix-it property.
There it is. The hand equipment slot needs 5 of them, but it also needs steel, so that's a little bit outside of my range at the moment. But we'll get that steel done soon enough. We need those time crystals for you. And there's plenty... Ooh, right, I want that extended tool belt, of course, but we need the black powder and, of course, the encased beams, which we will get to. Alright, not far off then. Nay far off at all. In that case, the main thing to concern myself with is getting you, the fluctuator. So we're going back for Sam. Might not be a bad idea to go work towards crash scanning. I want to do that the moment I have everything automated that I care to automate right now. The problem is, as soon as I get to that point, I'm certain there are going to be other things that I want to work towards automating. But I at least want steel beams automated. And then, of course, I'll need to double my coal. But I won't need to double my coal until I have the crash site, so probably get all that automated and then go exploring. Maybe after I automate whatever's needed for the next tier. Whew. Do you end up with a way to scan for crash sites, or do you just have to go and find them? I suppose our crash sites are not going to be in caves and the like, so if you just flew around, you'd find them. Kind of. Okay. You can research hard drive scanning in the MAM. There wasn't anything that seemed obviously linked towards getting that, but I'll believe it. shouldn't need to do this kind of flying operation too often. It would be nice to look into ways to get up here, get this high up without needing to climb that ladder, or at least not take so long. I reject the idea of using those bouncy pads. I don't want to spend that kind of energy. Wait, maybe they don't use the energy unless they're actively in use. Ah, that would make sense. Or you could get a car. Get me a car that can climb up this thing? That would be nice. Yeah, curious if those bouncing pads use energy when not in use. Yeah, tubes are very close to available. I need steel beams, of course, which is the next thing to automate. It'd be amazing to find out that I didn't link this up somehow. But I see green lights. Uh-oh. Of course I didn't set the recipe. Why would I have set the recipe? Ah, that's what I get for not bringing up power first. Okay, well, at the very least, I could bring Ma'am here with me. That's not Ma'am. I get the 10 that I need, and then... I need more than that, don't I? No, I don't. Ah, ha, ha, ha. That hurts in new and interesting ways. Can I grab 20 wires off of something? No. Who wants to climb up here again? I don't know how much of this stuff I'm going to need, but I'm guessing it's a fair bit. Oh, the Ma'am is actually made of most of it. Ah, well, I guess it's just doubly painful. You do have copper production at your coal. I do, but at that rate I may as well just go back. Ooh. Oh well, needs must. One thing I will check though is the power situation. Yeah, it's going up. It's going up and up. Production capacity, max consumption. Gonna need to double my coal generators pretty soon, I'm sure, but I want to set up steel before I do that. Should be enough to manage. Bring the SAM down instead of climbing up again. How easily can I bring it down a very long way? You know what? Too much thinking involved there. At least what I could do on the way down is search for sites. Site searching, if you will. Something we'll be doing tomorrow if Dominions is not interrupted by playing way too much Satisfactory today. But what about DDR? Oh, man. Sometimes you get into this bit where there's just so much gaming you want to do and so much streaming to be done, you question where you're meant to find the time for it all. Sadly, I do have to sleep. But what if... People have told me Mercer spheres are very important, but I'm not sure if I've actually found much of a use for Mercer spheres yet. I guess that'll become more apparent when I do stuff with that fancy little purple box. Is there anything going on here? I would have expected a crash site. Also, what kind of ore is that? The questions beget more questions. Nice slug there, but I'm almost certainly going to need an oxygen mask for it, or a gas mask. One Mercer sphere is one-dimensional depot. I see, I see. I also see slugs. Or something similarly shiny as slugs. Probably slugs. And as the savior of all slug kind, I gotta get in there and help them. Funny, it was a blue one. It looked green from where I was. While I am here, seems there may be another Mercer sphere kicking around. If I had to guess, in a cave over here.
This fleeting temple hums a resonance song. Play for us.
And here's my resonance song. The hacking down of mycelia. No, see. Normally the slugs would die away and just be chewed up by other things, but I can give the slugs immortality. They can immortally power my machines. Some people would really want that. Some people in this community would really want that. More slugs, you say? No, I'm getting distracted here. Try and remember what it was you were doing. There's that pure... Well, it's not pure, but it's more water this time. I like the idea that their hostility is unauthorized. There could be authorized hostility towards me. I think the blue slugs used to be green, and they changed them to stand out more from the yellow. Whoa! You go, big guy. I'm trying to slide, but unsuccessfully. I'm glad I made my big boots. Whoa! Some real aggro range on these guys. Happy to see that the... Do they actually have a limit on aggro range? Beginning to suspect they might not. Yeah, well, hopefully it doesn't follow me up yet more. Breaking line of sight will surely help. Right, now that I'm back, I can just grab those cables that I was surely waiting on. The quick stuffles can come back over with you. Where are they now? There we go. I don't have any here. Got a lot of stuff here, though. I might want some of that. That's the bauxite. This thing is full of more bauxite. I'm sure I had a good reason for that. Don't need caterham ore, coal, or iron ore anymore, so I should just shove that away. Yeah, it's nice that resources are unlimited, encouraging me to not have all this ore around. I remember some people saying, why are you collecting all that ore early on? Well, I had not internalized the unlimited nature of what we have. Also, I'm curious to make some of those inhalers. How does that work? It wasn't inhalers, right? Maybe it's equipment. Yeah, here we go. Nutritional inhaler. It seems more scalable than protein. What's the stack size on these things? Guess I'll very soon find out. 50, thank you. Wait, 10? That's different from 50. Okay, thank goodness it's not 10. Mr. Chess, destroying me like that. No, we're A-okay. Get that out of my face. That tells me once again that I want yet more inventory slots, but when do I not? Keep my powerful slugs over there. Yeah, we'll keep you on hand so that if I get attacked by bees, at least that should help me heal up faster. Does that mean I could just walk into dangerous places and then just keep on inhaling all this medicine and I'd be okay? Like early Minecraft when you would just eat pork to swim through lava. Good old Indev. Right, evidently, this stuff is needed. I always like having more of you. And it's good to just keep the copper flowing one way or another. Right, ma'am. Let's do it. Tell me about... I have forgotten what I was doing. Alien technology. Tell me about the SAM fluctuator.
SAM fluctuator recipe unlocked. The fluctuator can mimic unique communication through patterns of electric frequencies to instruct reanimated SAM to perform specific tasks or give specific restrictions, such as matter to energy conversion. It can also function as matter memory, reading the exact composition and state of a collection of matter in one location, breaking it down, and near instantly reconstructing it in another location, which has incredible potential for smart storage.
Your threads shift solid to fluid to a tapestry. Matter, and mind and melody.
I'll keep that one in mind, Ada. So, now I need these fluctuators. And would you look at that? So easy to make. If only I had loads of the stuff. Which I do, now that I've got it banked. But let's go and grab it, shall we? Am I carrying anything superfluous? Probably. Not least of all my wood. Gotta keep the wood economy in mind. If there's wood in a game, the wood economy is massive. Oh, right, I only had one. Okay, I'll take my leaves. Maybe I should start making it that I don't carry leaves and sticks anymore. They don't seem to be useful in any way. That charcoal recipe is a funny one. Can someone come up with an idea of when or why you would want the charcoal recipe? Even if the other recipe were terrible, wouldn't you rather not take it so it wouldn't show up again? That's my thinking, at least. And I like my thinking. You don't. You could make bombs on location. Okay. Okay, that's agreeable. That's a pretty good reason, actually. Seems like wood is easy to come by, so suddenly you've got 100 bits of coal on hand, right? I never did make that gas mask. I thought I'd unlocked the gas mask. I need to check that. You could play an all biomass challenge run because you're a sadist. That'd be difficult, right? Because it would all run out. You'd have to be very efficient. Or maybe stick everything down to 1% and play very, very slowly. There's quite a few very niche alt recipes. So in a way it's like Dominions. Everything has some use, but that use might be very, very niche. Then again, I saw that randomizer magic spell where you pay over 200 nature gems, and you get hundreds of small sharks that each have Bringer of Misfortune. That's extremely funny, but you probably wouldn't know why unless you played Dominions. In short, you're paying an obscene number of a very, very valuable resource to get one of the worst effects in the game. And that worst effect gets triggered hundreds of times. All this because I wouldn't bring that down. Oh well, I stand by my decision. I get to enjoy this view over and over. Oh, that's right. I didn't look into actually how to make this thing. No, I did. I'm fine. Just grab it, bring it back, then make the steel. And then with steel automated, get all of the tier stuff done. And then I think we'll go exploring for a while. We'll find crash sites, we'll crack open crash sites, we'll grab hard drives. Question, does the hard drive only offer you recipes for things you can already make? Because it feels like that's been the case so far. And if that's the case, what happens when you have too many of them? You know, what if I unlock all the recipes for things I already have? What would a new hard drive give me? Storage space again? It'd be very funny if I came up here without the space for all this stuff. You get locked out from scanning more. So follow-up question, can you get all the recipes? Or will you always be missing some? Oh, that would hurt the feeling of completionist. Okay, you can get all of them. Good. I hope that's the extra inventory slots was part of it as well. There are more hard drives than recipes. That's what I wanted to hear. Thank you kindly. Such a wealth of information for running this game and so very helpful to share. So thank you, everyone. I do appreciate it, even if I don't always show it. Yeah, looking forward to going exploring for a bit once we get the steel done. Gotta get those achievements, right? This is another 100% run, just like we did in Factorio. I should have read that as, did he just think, chat? I'm seeing things after all that lingo the other day. Alright. Gib. Alright, we're not getting anything unless I get my grubby hands on... Fluctuator. Now I can't do this because it's a 3 ingredient, or rather I can't automate this because it's a 3 ingredient doohickey. But there's never ever been anything wrong with handcrafting. Except it takes an Aeon. Give me one of my Merc spheres. Or give me all of the Merc spheres, that works as well.
Dimensional Depot unlocked. SAM can be utilized to deconstruct matter down to its chemical elements in one dimension, and the Mercer sphere allows it to be transferred and stored in another. Once parts are fed into the Dimensional Depot, they can be accessed by the Pioneer inventory and build gun system at any time, anywhere.
We see through the window. It is pathetic. Consume more blood. The glass will not shatter, the metal will not bend, the wood will not splinter. Weave.
Good insights. Maybe I shouldn't have used all of my reanimated SAM quite so thoroughly, but maybe it won't matter.
Potential for harnessing alien energy completed. Fixit has identified 2 development tracks requiring additional research to integrate Summersloops safely and efficiently into Fixit technology.
The loop organ contains scripture, contains instruments to compose symphonies of root and rot and recycling. Shrines to evolution and revolution.
Production amplifier sounds a lot like what people were talking about earlier with turning my slugs into more power shards. But woe is us, it requires yet more of those fluctuators. Also circuit boards, which I haven't researched. Now how exactly does this Dimensional Depot work? Perhaps I can get my information here. Whoa. Alright, well, experimentally let's... Oh, looks like it gets fed. Huh. What am I to make of that? Drop items here, upload them to the depot. 15 items per minute go in. And then I access it by doing something? It's a storage chest, I gathered that. It also glows nicely, but how do I access it? Maybe I should just throw something in then. Have a bunch of cables. What if I also gave you some biofuel? Ah, you can stock a certain amount of each good in here. Okay, and then if I want to pull out from that, here's my dimensional depot. Was that space always not there? So if I want to take out these, I have them. That's very, very handy. Why did you give us this from the start of the game? Okay, okay. Maybe I just slam a bunch of them together. Building automatically takes away from them. That means I probably want these scattered around, connected to things that I store, rather than doing this manually. But I could also just do it manually right now to have things on hand if I wanted, so maybe have some emergency materials on hand. Oh, but then what happens if I delete it? No, it doesn't matter because it's stored in the greater ether. Yeah, it looks like everything can hold one stack of things, right? That's some wonderful quality of life. Doesn't even need power either. That's really nice. Alright, so I'm just going to shove over a bunch of things which I may find myself lacking. But I'll still want to carry them on me, because we're not quite that advanced just yet. Okay, with that sorted, what's next? It's the steel, of course. I need to get my steel. Steel is going to require... steel. Alright, don't worry, we have other ways of juicing up the miner. Was there other research that I was trying to do? Upload rate. Manual depot uploader. Requires some kind of pencil sharpener that I don't have. Computer. Stack increase also sounds nice. These all sound rather nice, but it needs a lot more of that SAM that I'll need to activate. Also, there was note of U, but I don't have plastic because I don't have oil, I suppose? I'm guessing you need oil to get plastic. Unless I can just buy high-speed connectors, but I doubt it. There's a power slug, there's a quartz stuff. Still want to do this eventually. But I don't think there's any putting it off. I need to do steel. Which means I'd like to top up on building materials. You'll find some spare computers, plastic circuits, etc. at crash sites. I don't doubt that, which is why I want to do exploration, but only after I've automated my steel. And possibly done these tier unlocks, which all currently require steel. So first things first, let's top up on goods, even though I just shoved some into the weird box thing. Yeah, I'll take some more iron plates. That said, do I actually stock iron plates anywhere? Or back them up anywhere? Because this... Oh, wow. These actually get backed up. That's good. That's very good. You should be a dimensional thingamajigger. But do bits... does goods come out of the back of the thingamajigger? No, they don't. So you'd always want to split them off into it. Oh. Question. When I build... Does it take from these boxes before it takes from my inventory? It probably does, doesn't it? I mean, look at that. They're in purple. There's a toggle in the menu. Checkbox in the menu. That's difficult. I don't know which I'd prefer right now. Right now, I think I'd prefer it to get out of my inventory. When you say toggle in the menu... Do you mean the options, or is there another menu for this? Take item from inventory before depot. There we go, that's what I'm talking about. Right, do I have everything I'm going to need here? I'm going to want to be building miner... Yeah, glad I checked that, because I'm way low on my concrete. Which I'm happy to see this thing has just been working away this more or less entire game. It'd be nice to see statistics, like how many bits of concrete this thing has made for me. But I will simply take this and be happy. Also wouldn't mind stocking a bunch of concrete in one of those doohickeys as well. Otherwise, I'm certainly going to need more in the way of foundry. I can do that, but I may want more rotors. Rotors which I do not make back. Back over there. Concrete is a resource that appreciates multiple depots using it, eventually. I don't doubt that. But that's all the more reason to grab loads of Mercer spheres and not throw them into my trash can, which I will admit I've been more than tempted to do, just to see the reaction of people. Don't think I'll need AI limiters where I'm going, though. Right, so Foundry, we're good. Miners, eventually Mark II, we're also good. Don't need to worry about water extraction. We're good, we're also good. Sort of. Alright, let's get to work. You can unload equipment, Jake. Portable miners and chainsaw included. Why the chainsaw? You can handcraft some beans for the tier 2 miners. Handcraft some beans? Oh, some beams. That is true. Because I just need to make that out of the alloy stuff, don't I? Why would I want to ditch my chainsaw? You've confused me with that one. Just realised there were some goods I wanted to ditch, though. That biofuel is mine, but I don't need mycelia right now, and I don't need Mercer spheres on my person. And I guess I'll leave Sam in here, because Sam is kind of biological. That's what I will clock it down under. And I have a funny feeling I have far too few pipes. Not ditch it, float an additional 200 of them in the cloud. Brilliance. Deal extra damage for every bit of mantra. Brilliance. God, I'm itching to play more Slay the Spire as well. Need to clone myself so I can just stream all the games. But then we'll all want to stream all the games. Right, the need for fuel is the need for steel is dire. Solve it slightly by doubling the foundries. Split, and time to split. What about the rates here, though? Whoa, what did I do here? Something bad, that's what. I thought they were lined up. These things will be my undoing yet. What is going on? Okay, that looks a little better. Get in there and get in there. May need to split this up. Also, this is a manifold. Don't like manifold. I like to balance things nicely, but this will have to do for now. Also, I'll have to merge the coal into one and then double speed it up through here and here. Oh yeah, I'm particularly unhappy at having this be a manifold. I do have ways around that, of course. Balancing is extremely not real in this game, but I like to balance. It feels good. Because I like to visualize there being a string that gets pulled through the machine. And that string can each pull out of 1/4 or 1/2 or 1/8. I like it. That's all I need to worry about. Right, well these will get fed with that. It needs to get fed with my super juiced iron output as well, because I can't yet afford an iron miner. Wait, no, I can do an iron miner. What am I talking about? We just talked about how we can do that. But it will involve a bit of hand thinging. Hopefully some of this is backed up at least a little bit. Absolutely, give me those ingots. And then I will want my own little crafty bench, so that I can make some steel beams, which are surprisingly quick and easy to make. And then I think I only need 10 encased industrial beams, right? Jake, you have smart splitters, you can balance properly. I have the ingredients for smart splitters, but I don't have any of them just yet. I should try them out soon, but not yet. Right, away you go, because I have the power to make Miner Mark II. What do you mean I'm missing the beams? I thought I just made them. I think I just imagined making them. Not the first time that's happened. Also, I don't have enough of them. Six, 7, 8, 9 Fooey. I need 2 more. At least it means I have the exact amount. 1, 2. You can upgrade the miner in place. Ooh. Wait a second, it wasn't 2, was it? It was a little more than 2. It's 1 more and then 4 more for 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Annoyingly, it charges the full price of the Tier 1 plus Tier 2 machine, but then refunds you the Tier 1 cost after. That sounds obscure. Not that it matters right now, because I can just build it in place. But it's not going to link up, is it? Does that really look any different? How do I put it in place again? Lock the hologram with H. Oh. Doesn't lock if you change it. Doesn't really look much different, but whatever. Here we go. It's also at a jaunty angle. Also, I'll get rid of you. Also, I'm going to need high speed coming out of this. Because now you're going to grind out 120 without any need of upgrades, and I can still upgrade you to make it even faster, which is pretty cool. Come on. Pierce the ground. Bring me my goods. Yeah, that's more like it. Still a manifold, but it's okay. Probably. I don't like them, but it'll be okay. Manifolds do balance themselves as well, it just takes time. Yeah, I don't like that part. Just don't like manifolds, right? I don't need more of a good reason than that. And I have done manifolding in Factorio, but Factorio is a game where you love to balance. Right. This time I won't forget to set the recipe. However, these are chugged down to 30%. Can you copy and paste this 30% thing? Can I grab that 30? Yeah, I'm mashing escape right now, but it won't close the screen. I have to click off of this, then hit escape. How bizarre. Anyway, copy that configuration, paste that configuration. Hey, it remembered it. I am thrilled. I don't like the fact that I have to merge these. Could I possibly have you brought out alongside it? No. Could I possibly have you brought on top of it? Yes. Do I want that? Maybe. Maybe. What am I even doing with these things anyway? At the moment, I just want to make beams, but I want to be able to expand this if necessary, because I know it can expand. It can expand quite a bit. Belts on belts like this. It's a path to despair. Seems awkward to put a belt on a belt like this. It doesn't snap nicely at all. Because even though this belt on the ground is snapping to... Hold on. Maybe. Stackable belt pole can go over it. Hey, that works. Because that also snaps to place. Don't know what your problem is with that. But you do apparently have a problem. Conveyor belt is too steep. Okay. But if this weren't here... It's got a weird way of wanting to raise up, doesn't it? It would do it in general mode. But at a very obscure angle. Alright, what's my alternative here? Could raise it up, bring it along, and then awkwardly bring it down along here. But I also need to ask myself, what am I trying to achieve here? I want to leave this space available for more foundries if necessary. Although I don't think I have the space to quite double it up. Do I, though? 1, 2, 3. Oh, I could very awkwardly bring it up to 3. Alright. But the foundries that I do have could be boosted in their rate, because currently they're all down on 2/3. 2/3. So really I've got 8/3 here. Could be expanded proper, so maybe I don't need to worry so much about that. This will do us for a while. Yeah, but only for a while. Yeah, exactly. I could build a second floor for them. That's a brilliant idea. If I need more, just build up. Ada did tell me to build up after all. But what about those steel beams? The steel beams could be made here, after all. Oh, but I was talking about having this be belts on belts. You know what? Screw the belts on belts. This kind of works. Kind of works. And what this means is I could take my belts a little bit over and have this be production area. Good enough. Thinking in 3 dimensions is a bit challenging for the smooth pioneer brain. It's a bit challenging for the Factorio brain, but I can try. Ooh, going through it brings up Smart Splitter now, doesn't it? I'm going to have to keep that in mind, because I'm almost definitely going to accidentally make one. Anyway, you're going to merge and pop out where exactly? For now, out to here. Remarkably difficult to please. What are you trying to do, game? It loves to do this, but it doesn't want to straighten out just a little bit. What's the solution for this? Perhaps it's to build simply the grounding bit first. So if I just have a regular conveyor pole right here, surely there'll be no problem matching up to it. I guess we're doing it this way then. Although I still feel you could be a little closer to this, but it doesn't really matter. Let's just bring it along and build things. Wait, no, we know not to build it like that. I think we know not to build it like that. By the way, why are you not operating? You don't appear to be... Oh, of course, I gave you no power. Power. Looks like the power poles are over to the right of them from this perspective. So, power up your poles. Connect. Power up your poles. And connect. This is using more coal than we actually have bringing in, but the coal is a situation that will be fixed soon enough. At the moment, these guys have enough coal banked up that it'll be okay for a wee while. So what am I doing here? Will I just do this symmetrically? Again, I'll just do manifold, even though I don't like it. Nobody said my likes and dislikes were going to be respected here. Good enough. So down come all these ingots, and now I need to have nice basic production constructors. Never ran the numbers on these. I wonder how many I can have. I'm just simply making steel beams. Oh, 60 per minute, huh? Sounds like somebody wants to be underclocked. Power line's already working itself to the bone. Why? 1 connection, 2 connection, 3 connection, 4. Okay. He doesn't like the crummy power poles, and yet he uses them. How curious. How long am I going to be playing this game for? How long's a run going to take? I saw a comment on YouTube that alluded to 150 to 200 hours. I've only been at this game for, what, 15? Maybe 20? Upgrade the power pole with a tier 2. I don't want to. I don't want to justify these costs. Look at that. Quick wire. Do I look like a kind of guy who's got quick wire? Maybe if I'd sent it into my dimensional portal, but then I need Mercer spheres. We'll get to that eventually. Right, so you are making me the steel beams. I need so many steel beams. But at this point, I think I just need them raw. Because they don't... Oh, right. The versatile frameworks. Oof, he says. He didn't want to accept that reality. But here it is. Well then. As long as they're automated, he thinks to himself out loud. As long as they are automated. I can have half of them go into here, and I can have half of them come out over to here, where they will be turned into those things. Yes. Okay. Took me 187 hours for 100% achievements without knowing anything. Does that mean it's impossible to fail achievements? No speedrun achievement, no don't do X until you finish the game achievements. I haven't looked into the achievements for this game, not a sausage. I mean, I did a 100% run on Factorio, but I knew that game fairly well at the time of doing it, and it still took a few attempts. That run was hard. Well, I think it would have been pretty easy if not played on Death World, but if you're not playing Factorio on Death World, what are you even playing? Part of the thrill in that game is having to defend yourself. No, there are no hard or timed achievements. No failable achievements. Fascinating. And potentially quite useful. Right. I'm unsure how to set this out neatly. I love giving myself loads of space. Evidently. Alright, how about I shove you out here then? Somewhat important that we shove you into here. Music for this game continues to be extremely underwhelming. This is warble effect that I'm listening to. Right. There we go. You there. It appears I need versatile framework, even though I don't want to. What does this get used in down the line? Unless that's a big spoiler for things to come. I am more than a little curious about it. Same with the smart plating. Currently it feels like just a MacGuffin that I'm making to blast off like Team Rocket. But there must be some use to it. Space elevator stuff is never used elsewhere, but spoiler, it's gonna get used. I'm getting conflicting information here. What's a man to do? Get in there, I can sort you around if needed later on. Wait a second, why is this going backwards? What have I done? What have I done? I think I took this out of a merger, yeah, of course. That was a merger, not a splitter, hence everything going Pete Tong. I do want those backed up, though. Well, I have kind of enough space to put a splitter on here. Sure. There's no way this won't work. There's plenty of ways this won't work, though. There we go, now we've got a handful of these things. They do look pretty cool on the belt, though. Very, very nice. Although why these have to cost so much, I don't know. And then that will slowly but surely clock away at making me my versatile frameworks. Which I could probably slow down the rate of, but I will leave it be. You are getting fed your steel beams. Problem is, you're getting fed too many steel beams. Even though it's not a lot of steel beams. Yeah, because the ingots are low, and the ingots are low because the coal is low. And all these things will be fixed. As long as we have something going for now. Bank your beams. You mean these beams? Because these beams get banked here. And those beams get half of them banked over there. But these... Oh, perhaps you mean these beams, which, yes, of course I want to bank. I want to bank half... Well, I'll be banking a quarter of them, and then I will be turning a quarter of them into reinforced ones. Whether or not I need much of either of those, I do not know. So I need a splitter somewhere along here. Rather frustratingly, it's not going to lock very well unless I do it like so. Chunk to chunk. Hip, hip to hip. This is a sad, sad production rate, I'm sure. Also, that is rather sad. That'll do, though. So there we go. 1/4 of them get banked. What was that? Oh, I've gone and made a smart splitter. Not on my watch, we don't. Oh yeah, I knew that would happen eventually, and it happened even faster than I thought. Wonder if there's a way to not have them be part of what I scroll through. Surely, surely. What I would want to do in that case is go... Here we go, smart splitter, and then... no, maybe there's not. Maybe always sort through them. Crumbs. I could not carry any AI things, but that would only delay the problem. Boy, these things are really slow. 7.5 steel beams a minute, and I need hundreds of these things. Yeah, I'm gonna need to double this up. But I also need to bring in the coal first. So the coal needs to be brought in and doubled. That's a horrifying prospect on my big pieces here, but I guess it needs to be done. Big pieces? My reinforced metal plate things. Which, fortunately, I bank here. Okay. Well, some of them get siphoned off and banked there. But yes, I think I'll need to upgrade these belts something fierce so that all the coal is coming in. And I'll need to double the iron production here, which is easily enough done. Come to think of it, what's your 15 megawatts compared to 5? Whoa, okay. So it's actually better on the power cost to just double a Mark 1 than make a Mark 2. Interesting. But not concerning. Also, here's another thought. I wouldn't have the... Ooh, yeah, there's a thought. Even if I doubled this, I wouldn't have the belts for it. But I think we're close to researching the next level of belt. So I could just research it. Yeah, that would work. But so too would making this thing bigger and splitting off a belt of it over to here. That would be a little awkward. But then what wouldn't? Also, I have no idea what's needed to make those big belts. Well, one step at a time. This coal needs to come back rapidly. Power is pretty annoying in single player, to be honest. You can't have just one guy doing power for 2 hours and it's fixed good for a while. Well, I could be doing it for an hour or so. Ooh, it's not immediately apparent when you've got these upgraded. It's not like Factorio where you can see... Well, I'm not seeing any immediately obvious thing that tells me it's Mark II. In Factorio, I'd tell, oh, they're red belts. Maybe the edges become bigger? And the side light becomes one big one? Okay, I can work with that. Not sure I can work with these costs, though. Whew. Can't believe this reinforced plate is something you get access to so early, and yet it is so... such a linchpin of production. The thickness is a little harder to tell at a glance, I find. All of a sudden that funny wee thing I did with the belt here is going to be doing me in. At least a wee bit. Why can't I upgrade you? Oh, there we go. That means I missed something here. No, the belts do not consume power, and thank goodness for that. Dread to imagine such a thing. Hang on, hang on. If this thing gets bumped up... Yeah, I don't have the speed to get this stuff out, so one way or another I am going to need the tier 3... belts, but at least I only need tier 3 belts coming out this bit. At least. Who am I trying to kid here? It's still a tall order. Alright, belt on top of belt might look cool, but it's a pain. I mean, it does look really cool, but without foundations existing, it is a big pain. No snapping, can't tell how far it can go. Let's just belt. I guess this is why they added tractors, huh? Wouldn't have to worry about this if I'd made tractors. Wouldn't be consuming such an ungodly amount of my reinforced plating if I had tractors. Could drive around on a cool tractor if I had tractors. Don't worry about the rock. We won't be looking at it, so it doesn't matter. Maybe you should get some tractors. That's an idea. It shall be considered. Although absolutely bang goes all my reinforced plating. Alright, now how do I play with this? These guys are consuming ungodly amounts of this stuff. What's the implication here? Do I cut around and just smash it in there? I really don't like the way this scales, which is to say doesn't scale. Also, you're a splitter with one way in, but I could still make that one way in. Still have to come up and around though. Just bring it through everything. No, I don't think so. It's sheer perfection. Brilliant. But I still need level 3 to meet the throughput needs. Need to double up the mine and then get that going. You missed a segment. I probably did. However, that is irrelevant. What is relevant is making sure I have some of these steel beams. Oh, wow, I need 100 of these and that's not enough. What the... Trippy. It's doing horrible things to my belt is what it is. So when I missed a segment, which segment did I miss? Ah, perhaps this segment. Segment for upgrading. I'll double check it, but like I said, I need those level 3s. But level 3 probably needs this stuff done. Perhaps I should hold off on the creation of these things, because that's not currently relevant. So this thing can be put on standby. And instead we'll try and bank up some of our steel beams, which are currently being ingots, which are flowing immeasurably slowly to you because of the manifold nature of this. But that should be improving, and it looks like it is improving. The magical Roman water is one thing, but these omega clip belts are something else. No, they're just barely squeezing under my foundation. Or perhaps my foundation has little coal-shaped cutouts for them to flow through. I am marginally disgusted at the low output of these beams. Actually, what surprises me is the cost. 4 to 1? 4 ingots to 1 beam? No wonder the production rate is so slow. There's barely any of them coming out. Maybe better just to remove this altogether. And that way these things come over here. If indeed we had any. I need several hundred of these, I think. And I'm currently enjoying 21. It's not a good sign. But at best, what I'm looking to do is double the output of them, which is still not very much. They're also only running at 27% efficiency. 27%. Makes you say 27%. These things are even moving faster than the bits that they're under. Why are they bashing into each other like that? Actually, why are they bashing into each other like that? It's kind of trippy. Whatever works. Handcraft some beams, unlock the stuff. The number in the middle shows how often the machine is actively running. The number in the middle. Oh, this. It's growing, so I'm pretty sure it's going up to 100. Yeah, it's just because of all the time where we didn't have the extra coal coming in. And it was running at 25%. Now we'll make its way back up to 100, no problem. I know we're running the thing at 50% clock speed, which is maybe what it will go up to. But that's because we don't have the steel ingot input for this. And better to run 2 at 50 than 1 at 100, right? Imagine the savings. Yeah, handcrafting the beams is certainly an option, right? But all this automation, I thought that was the point of the game. I think I need 100 for the unlock that I want to do. I should go and double check that. Or I need the extra iron to bring things up. Hang on, what am I talking about? Everything seems to be running fine. What would I need more iron for? These things are working at only 30%, so I could certainly up their production considerably. 30, 30, 30, 30, 60. If I up this, it would go up to 45 for 90. Then we could pump out a few more of them. But then I'd need everything coming in faster, and I'd probably want 2 more foundries. Okay, doesn't change the fact that I need the next tier of logistics. Jake loves Eurotruck, yet refuses to build a tractor in this game. I'm getting there. A lot of different things here. I can't jump on all of them, or else nothing will get done. Right, this is not what I wanted to do. And my tier thing isn't down there anymore, it's right here. I should give you a spiffy color so I know you're home. Get me out of here. There we go. I have a lot of red spots for my black and red color. Can I reverse that? Black, red, Load red, load black. Now that's quite fetching. Anyway, logistics. I need you. I need you, hombre. And for that, I need tons and tons of reinforced plates. I'm not surprised. What else is needed here, anyway? Steel, steel, not steel, but also steel. Also hypertubes. This is agreeable. Maybe he knows that belts beat trucks. For certain distances, belts beat trains in Factorio. Oh, thank God, look at all these. Yes, 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 yes. I'm gonna bring a bunch of these back. Hasn't been a particularly fast production process, but it's been going on for long enough. And these I will bank here for sure. For future use. And the other ones that I do have can be shoved away. Come on, I made it red. Maybe this is blocking the easy access. Hang on, that means these things can be demolished, right? Now that they've done what they needed to do. And I can't fit more of you in there. Maybe I could shove some rotors in. How about rotors and rebars? That'll save me some space in my inventory. What else can I shove in there? 500 screws? Yeah, who needs 500 screws? Love making this inventory space. The quality of my life has improved so much. Hook those to wires and cable bins. I've already got a big bin of wires and cables up there, and I think I already filled it up with wires and cables. Kind of chunky here. Right, what else to concern myself with? I guess I can get the steel beam things. Not the beams, the other one, the tubes. What else am I currently waiting on? Was there anything I could do with that SAM? SAM was for boosting the output of something, as I recall. The truck! A compelling argument. Hang on, what were you doing? I think you were making me frames or something. Yeah, you were, but you can come with me now. Hey, it freed itself out of its quantum state. Okay, well, we're making some. 141. Some 141. A few more, and then we can rapidly increase the rate of steel production. But maybe I should actually wrap my head around how that's going to be improved. Because these things are working 100%. Wait, they're working 100% of 66%, so that does reflect that. But these things are essentially working 100% of 50%. But I need these things working so much harder and faster. So what's that telling me? It tells me I need to upgrade this to Mark II. And both of these need to switch from 66% to double 66%. Implausible. Up to 60. Or I could build another foundry or two. I think I'll just increase the rate at which these produce. So instead of 30, please make me 60. Really do like this ability to tweak. It feels good. Now that I have 120 of these coming out. And of course this thing is pre-upgraded. This is absolute spaghetti though. I would not tolerate this kind of situation in Factorio. But we ain't playing Factorio. Yeah, that means these guys can go up to 15 per minute. I know this won't be sustained. Not until I get Mark 3. But for now, this will give me just the surge that I need. Blueprints are considerably dog water until at least Mark 2. Alright, so I can leave them to last. Would you go away? Must be very curious creatures to do what they're doing. Just eyeing up my base much too much. Alright, we are a few away from what we need. But look at them flow. Blindingly fast. Yeah, I don't think I would want to blueprint what I have here, especially the way people were saying that the belts and the pipes don't loop over themselves nicely like they do in Factorio. What is going on with these things? Why do they keep bashing into each other? What does it mean? They're not bashing into each other here. But when they get to this thing, suddenly they're going thump, thump, thump. I bet it's... Actually, I have no idea why it is. Maybe I built you on top of the... on top of the belt rather than fixed to the foundation. Look underneath the belt. Ah. Now what? Probably is still just a case of moving off of one belt to another. Whoops. Yeah, that'll be what it is. One belt to another. Okay, please. I want my upgrade. Yoink. Do I want to restart this, though? Is that even worth my time? Because I need a fair number of these things, no doubt. Also, there are some locks to pop open. Yeah, the priority right now is upping the production rate more than anything else. Where do I keep my pipes? There you are. Almost certainly going to need a whole bunch of these to just give me the entire overflow. I'll put them to a good home. You still need encased beams for the upgrades. I am well aware, but not for the upgrade that I'm getting right now. And that is when I'll siphon off some of them for that. But right now I want what I can get for the upgrades. I need me those logistics. Just like the horrors of getting logistics 2 for getting on track like a pro in Factorio. Gosh, that music really is like it's not there. Maybe that's the point. Right, take it, take it, take it.
Milestone reached. Improved storage containers and the conveyor belt Mark III provide the obviously necessary tools for improving your current setup. Production speed is of the essence after all. So work hard. Work as if every person you have ever or will ever love is depending solely on the choices that you make. Because they are. Warning. Fix-it psychologists recommend not dwelling on the crushing mental and physical strain of your responsibilities and simply continuing to be productive. Hard work has repeatedly proven to be the best cure for any kind of stress. Now back to work.
I will do just that, Ada. Right, you take this. Okay, don't take this. Steel pipe. Oh, of course, you can't add anything for a few minutes. But I'm safe in the knowledge that I have plenty of what I need here. he says, being a little bit short on his copper sheets, and knowing that the copper sheet production is all the way over there, so I'd want to go and grab it. That's okay, though, because I can shove some of you in here. I can even shove some of you in here. Ooh, snazzy. Yeah, I can get rid of these things as well. I don't particularly want them. Unless I needed them for some MAM research. Why do I feel like I did? Not relevantly, though. I don't think I would need or want power switches at the moment. How does dimensional storage work? It's just there. If I need to grab it, I can grab it. Like having a lot of ethereal inventory spaces. Right, so that tells me I need to go and grab some more coppery things, but I would also like to make my... Oh, this is going to need steel, isn't it? Countdown to realizing this needs steel in 3, 2, 1. It needs steel. However, I don't need a lot of this stuff. Also, 270? I was expecting 240. I was not expecting 270 per minute. That's enormous. Fascinating. Steel beams are cheap AF. Funny, they're not feeling very cheap right now. Not feeling cheap at all. Right, I'll go and get my coppery bits. Yeah. Go and grab the copper, bring it back. Slam it into whatever that tier thing is that I'm doing. And then upgrade the belts so that my steel is being produced as much as I can. Although I will want yet more steel. That's quite a lot to produce. And I need to upgrade my power as well, because I'm certain by now I'm using my biofuel. Which is no big deal, but I'd rather I didn't. Max consumption 826. Current consumption not quite that, but yeah, I still need to double my my fuel amounts. That said, do I need to? I'll want to, so I will be doing it. Imagine, once you have a steel factory being powered by tier 3 belts being fed by overclocked tier 2 miners. I am imagining that, and it's a big motivator for pushing on. More so than thinking about all the people that need me. Oh man, this is so clean. Ignoring how the pipes are set up. This part is so clean. Look at that nicely balanced coal. Oh, it's gorgeous. And this would be so easy to mirror, which is good, because that's what I'm going to be doing. Oh yeah, I just remembered Nancy might have something for me. It's not impossible that Nancy has something for me. I should also check and see if there's any research to be done with the MAM now that I have steel. Like storage slots or hand slots, all would be welcome. Yeah, all this stuff, come back to me. Already wishing I'd brought more slots for it. They look so good. So much looks so good in this game. Glad as balance. That really helped for the first month after setting it up. Yeah, the first minute after setting it up. Yeah. Not a manifold lover, me. Also not a lover in just how much power these things take. What was it, 4 or 5 megawatts just to power the pump? Well, it's going to have to pump a lot of water for me then. I may or may not double that before I go exploring, but I probably will. It's just nice to know that everything will be chugging along with no risk of it running out. Plus, that's a very satisfying thing. I love seeing it over there actually being nice and neat, as opposed to much of the rest of my base. Surely nobody built a huge ladder in the place where it would be mirrored. The ladder would be trivial to move away. I never use pumps. I can't stand the idea of wasting power when gravity can do the work for free. That would require me locating some higher up areas of water and having it near very convenient coal, which currently I don't have, but maybe if I went exploring I would. And I plan on going exploring after I double up that power. Besides, I can build more power in another place. This isn't like other horrible games that might have power throughput limits on lines like Soviet Republic. No, it's workers and resources, but it's also Soviet Republic, right? Right, there we go. And 50 encased industrial beams, and I'm good to go. And I will be good to go. You there. Oh, you're busy. You there. Take these. Is there anything else I can dump? Biofuel. Oh wow, you never had concrete? Well, that's going to be sorted right now. Take a whole bunch of this. There's no way I need this much of it. That's still rather a lot of it to have. Iron ore, no thank you. Coal, no thank you, Dio. This all looks fine. Alright, let's get to work. Upgrade those belts. Maximize the steel production. Make sure that I have... Oh, right, the MAM. I wanted to check what I could make on the MAM with steel. Also, gas mask. I thought for sure I had gas mask available. Did I... I huffed so much gas that I imagined it. It's possible, but I could have sworn we had gas mask. Ooh, scannable object hard drive. That I certainly want. Mycelium tree. Yeah, okay, good. I didn't imagine it. A bit of coal. Oh, I just trashed my coal. Coal, fabric, and steel pipes. And then I can make the gas filter and the gas mask. That I have almost the power to do right now. Where's my fabric? Why do I have iron ingots here? Where would a cunning man put fabric? Or maybe I used up all my fabric. How do I make fabric? I don't make it in you. You. Why do I have more AI limiters? Fabric, yes. Mycelia and biomass. Fortunately, the biomass of my dreams is right here. And mycelia I keep in my bio box. There we go, 50 of that, please, which you can't quite do unless I top you up in biomass. Which I could do, no problem. Also, what if I want biomass in some place? Better be ready for that eventuality. Prepare myself a cup of eventuality. Right here. Oh, right, it's working on you. No, you're working on you. Oh, but you're still working on screws. Yeah. It also needed the tubes and the coal, and it ditched the coal and... pants. But if I took it over with me, I'd be fine, because I have coal over in the other place. You know, it'd be faster than running to your coal plant? Charcoal. I hated him because he was correct. I'm not sure I found some use for this silica yet. Alright, 50 of these and I'll run across with it. Good thing I super bumped you up. If you look at machines and storage in dismantle mode, it shows everything you get back. A quick way to see what's in storage bins and such from a quick glance. Brilliant. You telling me this thing has smart chips inside it? Good grief. Maybe I should throw those into the machine right now. Because I might have a huge stack of them right now. I think I throw them into here. Oh yeah, give me all of those. Belt feeding, what's that? 700 of the way forward. I'm going to assume I need many, many more of these smart chips for further launches, so I will keep making them. be weird for the... What? Cooling systems? Nancy found me 18 cooling systems. Seems a bit advanced for where I am right now. Thank you, Nancy. Where did you find this evidence from? Yeah, I'd consider just sinking them, but for now I will hold them in my mysterious box of don't know what to do with. Sink these, it's a lot of points. Yeah, but I have no real use for sunk points right now, not that I can think of at least. Alright, I've got the fabric there. Dunk the stuff that doesn't seem to matter much. Yeah, dunk the Macella there. Any other bio stuff that I have here? Not that I can see. You're still taking some time. Couldn't I shove my Mercer spheres into there? That would stop me from accidentally using them up at some point. Because they don't seem to be used for much else, and I can always grab them out of there when needed. Something to consider for the future. Alright, that being what it is, what are we doing now? Leave the AI chip, I don't even want that. The biomass, I probably can't even sling that back in. Oh, maybe, there we go. You have new unlocks in the shop due to the things that you passed. Really? Is there a way for it to just show me what's new? Probably not. The pipe stuff actually sounds quite nice. Yeah, add that to cart. Clear pipeline. Clear version does not feature an external fluid indicator, sacrificing feedback for style. But it's still the same thing, right? Still has the same capacity on that. What am I getting out of this? I'm not sure I'd want that. Yeah, I don't want that sacrifice. But the wall attachments in the floor hole could be useful. None of this seems reasonably useful. The lights don't seem worth it after all. Foundations, nah, I've got what little of those I want. Steel framed windows, no thank you. Those stairs look rather nice. Bit expensive though. Structural frame set. You say aesthetic, but look at how much steel this costs. I don't want to spend steel. I'm very opposed to spending steel. But maybe I can make concrete versions of structural frame sets. Had we considered that? Probably not. I sincerely doubt I can do that. Might be a cheap way to just build tall things though, but then so's concrete. Love me catwalks. For the looks of it, yes, but I'm certainly not at that part. Rebar, no thank you, and the parts. I could certainly save myself a lot of headache by making these. But I feel like doing this would be scrub lord mode, so let's try not to buy any parts. I would like those attachments, so give me 3 of my points, please.
As Fixit amply demonstrates, you can never have too much management.
Short and to the point. Right, we have what we need. Just go and grab some coal and figure out how to gas mask. Because there are places I want to go that are gassed to the extreme. You could always upload your tickets. Can they be spent from the uploaded area? Or am I just causing problems for myself by doing that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Come to me, ma'am. And then... Good. I was so confused, because I know I'd seen this, but then I couldn't see it.
Research completed. Gas mask and filter unlocked. Mycelia fabric is highly absorbent, making it more effective at toxic gas filtration than the standard issue Pioneer helmet. A pleasant pine scent is included. Gas filters require regular replacement for optimal safety.
When they say that, do they mean it? Probably. This... Oh, it requires coal. All that coal I just chucked away, thinking I don't need coal. And now it turns out I need coal. Ah, but I should maybe be able to just grab it straight out of the mine. Save me hand grabbing off of there for a while. So that's how I get that. Ah, but that is consumable. I want the mask itself, which needs yet more fabric, but I can make that back at base. Okay, nice and simple and easy. Shouldn't be a problem. As we can see here, the need for more is dire, and that more currently is... Is what exactly? Why aren't these things just working harder? Because it's equal the amount of ore and iron that they need. Well, it is going out 60, it's just that I increased the rate of this belt. And yeah, you are only working at 60, but it looks like that's coal locked rather than ore locked. This thing's working 100% though, so why is coal blocking it? I guess in the end something would block it, but yes, we need more of this. Wait. If it's blocked up here... I'm very confused. Why would that be an issue? Well, it's probably because this thing is too slow. Take the tier 3 belt out of the miner. You only have 120 at the moment. I don't have any tier 3 belts down though. I'm just trying to figure out the production rates going on here. You're eating 30, you're eating 30. But these guys are lowered. So I need the 30-30. Ah, but these guys are up. And they should want to eat 60-60. Can't imagine why they couldn't. No, not remove. You need to place a tier 3 belt on the miner output. Yes, I'm aware. But I'm trying to see why it wasn't... I'm trying to see why things were backing up to begin with, which I'd imagine they wouldn't be. Ah, of course. The ore won't be coming in fast enough here. So... You're fine getting that. Alright, let's do it this way then. Mark 3. Boom. More boom. Even more boom. And at this stage I don't need Mark 3. Mark 2 will suffice. As long as the ways in are also Mark 2'd up. These guys don't need Mark 2, they're just eating 30 because they're only providing me for the steel beamy things. Whoa, look at it go. And now you need to produce faster. And now these guys will have plenty of ore and not enough coal. Meaning I do need to go and get that coal, but we knew that from the get-go. Okay, let's tier 3 up the coal then. So it's slightly more power efficient just to double up the speed of this miner rather than replace it with a miner Mark II. But that uses up more of my little doohickeys, so I will probably just replace it with a miner Mark II. I'm also keeping a lazy eye on the conveyor belts, making sure they're all actually Mark II. Especially that one. Call that the teacup maneuver. Of course I didn't bring enough steel. Why would I have brought enough steel? Well, I'll tell you, I'm not running back. There you go. Dense it up. Also, I need this. So somebody mentioned there's a way to upgrade this thing just by looking at it. Like this? Oh, I need it. Okay, well I guess you're getting your doohickeys then. Here you go. I need more coal, please. So now these two should be both saturated at 60 per second. 60? 120 per second. Brain too big. That's why I need to smooth it down so it doesn't catch on the skull. Do the wee loop-de-loop. Why does it do the loop-de-loop? Because when I tried to attach it to the raised belt pull thing, it went in from the other side and I didn't want to correct it. You can make an actual sushi belt with things like that. A much more literal one. Last chance to just check and make sure that it's all upgraded as it should be. This is certainly a use case for the tractor. Especially if this stuff had to be higher tier. Whoa, of course you run mega fast on it. Nice. And I got the coal that I needed for... Why did I need 100 coal? I can't remember, but I'm sure I wanted 100 coal for something. Well, I wanted some coal for something. Give me more. I know it's gas mask related, but I can't remember if it was the mask, the filters, or something else. Now, never mind all that. I actually have some steel. Almost unthinkable. I believe I already upgraded my steel production amounts. Yep. Good, so when they actually get fed the coal, which is coming through as fast as it can, the production of this will still not be good, but it'll be almost better. And then we will have, once more, some of it come in here. Because I do need to be producing these things for my beloved space project. And I dread to think the rate that they're going to be made, requiring 12 steel beams each. Oh, I think I'll be leaving you guys alone for a while I go exploring then. Half of them gets, well, a quarter of them get stored, and another quarter of them will get turned into... Oh, I just realized the problem here. Where's the concrete? There's the concrete. How pure is the concrete? Very impure. Well, I don't think it needs to be particularly pure. Not with my rate of being created. What was it called anyway? Bars of sorts? No. Concrete? No. Beam? Encased industrial beam. Needs considerably more concrete than steel. But this is still going to come out at a rate of 30? Which is probably going to do me as good as I could expect at this point. I'll take it. Also, you're standing on another. There are 2 of these? No, absolutely not. Placing Mark 1 miners at this point is pretty illegal. I don't need the extra output though, so why worry about it? No, this one's already exploited. There's another one over there, of course, but actually the positioning of this one might be more advantageous since it won't be going all the way across the factory. How pure or otherwise are you? Once again impure, but probably not a problem. Get off of here. I actually don't know if that was necessary, but I did it. Yeah, Mark II needs steel. Ever the ronso. Your versatile frame production is paused. Thanks for yelling that at me. I will sort that in due time. For now, this stuff needs to come down. A highly unpleasant maneuver. Ooh, I like it coming across from here. Down into wherever it has to go. And that would not be the right angle for it either. What if it does that anyway? It doesn't care about your thoughts or feelings. Oh ho 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 ho. Great. So now I will want not a constructor, but a bigger constructor. No, bigger than that. No, that's too big. Not a foundry either. This thing, assembler. There we go. Hang on, there's it's a very obvious problem with what I'm doing here. It doesn't need limestone, it needs concrete. That's okay, we can have some method to this madness. That was not built to the global chunk thing. There we go. Chunk aligned goodness. That's a foundry. That's a miner. I can't quite reach an assembly thing from here. That's okay. Construct me stuff, please. Probably, admittedly, very slowly. But just a bit of concrete's all I need. This is unethically bad, whatever I'm making here, but it'll keep things moving. And I'm sure we'll learn lots of lessons. Limestone concrete is what? 3 to 1? 3 to 1, 15 concrete a minute. It's going to be slow, but our steel production is going to be slow anyway. Heavens knows how much of this stuff we need. I actually think it'll still be stumped on the steel rather than the concrete. However, as long as it's automated, it will be made. The speed is irrelevant, as long as time is irrelevant. And this is my time we're talking about. It was always irrelevant. In the time that we took to get that going, we can see that these things have indeed made it up to 64%. 64. Okay, so they are climbing. They are at 100, they just don't know it yet. I wonder, if I go boop and then boop... Yeah, reconfigures to 100. Cook the book. So it takes 3 of these to make one of them, and you're only getting a quarter of this. Half goes here. Half goes here. A quarter goes in the storage container, and then another quarter goes over to encased industrial beam. You are not going to be happy with more adjacencies. I'm sure neither will you, but you're going to have to do it. Now what am I doing with these things? I don't know. As ever, just shove them in a box. If they were needed for anything important, I'm sure they would have told me. As it stands, they're used in nothing that we know of. So the question is there anything else that I still need to automate? And the answer is sadly yes. Is that sad? Why should I be sad that I have to play more of this game? Crafting bench, tell me what I need to know. There was a weird looking device, kind of circular in fashion. Yes, a stator. And a motor, which is a rotor and a stator. But there's no indication of what, where, or why I would need motors or stators. So I don't feel any incredible need to make these. Or do I? Let me make one of them, see if Ada says anything. Yeah, they're probably useless, Poland, I agree. Also this oscillator. Can use quartz crystal to make these. Can't afford, I'll be the judge of that. Well, whatever the case, I can get back to the main area with this, but huzzah! Our first little bit of encased industrial beam. First of many to come, I'm sure. There's no need for us to believe that the problem is concrete. The concrete just needs time to speed up. Six concretes, 3 steel beams. So as long as the concrete's coming in twice as fast as the steel beams, which it's not, we'll be okay. So I suppose I could spare something for this. What was the upgrade required again? Oh, the encased steel beams. Oh, naff to that. Here you go. I've got plenty of these things. Yeah, definitely chewing into the bio stuff now. So I certainly need to double my energy output. We double the energy output, and then we can go exploring. And there's very little reason we cannot go exploring, because there doesn't seem to be anything that I need that I'm not already automagically producing. And yeah, that's giving me the 60. That'll come into here. You'll work good and hard. Although it doesn't need to be 60. It just needs to be 45. No. No. 45. 45. And you can spare me one of these, please. Love how we have the concrete nice and bagged like that. Somebody mentioned wet concrete as a recipe. Somebody mind spoiling exactly what wet concrete is? I'm going to assume it's limestone plus water that makes concrete either extra fast or extra bulky. And that does sound cool. I don't want to look up the recipes because it seems like a fun thing to find. And by fun, I mean infuriating, knowing you have to tear down your factory and remake it. But isn't being infuriated why we play games like this? It's actually very healthy for us to have lots of small problems that we can solve. Triggers all sorts of happy endorphins. And leaves us in a good situation when we have big, real problems to solve. Got to put a positive spin on it. You mix in water, you get more conk rate from your for your bucks. Indeed, Mr. Chess. Wet concrete is a big power sink. You'll need to make a bigger power plant to use that one. Why would you want to, though? It doesn't look like limestone is much of a problem. And so far I've found not a single use for it other than concrete. Maybe we'll find some, but it seems a lot like Factorio. You get stones for walls and early furnaces. Landfill. Bricks for concrete for your floor. I'm struggling now. Rails, an excellent counterpoint, and rails are something you need in bulk for late game science. Right, I've been hanging around here because I wanted a few of these. I can't remember what for. I don't think 7 counts as a few. I need several, not a few. Kind of cool to see this stuff backing up, though. By kind of cool, I mean, wow, I need even more steel than I have right now. So why is steel a problem right now? I dedicated all... No, of course, because I didn't dedicate all this to steel. I dedicated one of these 3 mining points to steel. Whereas what I probably should have done is grabbed an ore place with lots of iron ore and dedicated the whole damn lot to steel. I'm having a hard time finding more. So what I'd probably do is, whilst I go exploring, find somewhere that has a lot of iron and has coal nearby and mark it as a potential future steel outpost. Then I make loads of steel ingots and everything we make out of steel. No, not that button, this button. What can be made out of steel ingots? The beams. Oh boy. Here's hoping these are alternative recipes and there's not just a billion things I have to make out of steel. But the point still stands. I will... This is my starting point for steel. You know, get familiar with it. Whereas later on we will have a much more grand operation for steel. Build menu, transport. Yeah, I've been ignoring this for a while. Look at that truck station. Thanks to our waiting around, we have the parts for it. We've got those frames. Tractors as well. Woo!
Tractors can use any type of fuel and have a self-driving feature, much like Pioneers, only more reliable. While driving, you can record a path to automate vehicle resource transportation. Unlike early self-driving vehicles, tractors will not spy on you. Your employee data is already fully subject to other means of surveillance.
Excellent to know. Now, when you say any fuel, hey, you'll take coal. But I wanted that coal for something else. What's the energy value of my biofuel? Wow. It's better than coal. At least for now. And it has an inbuilt crafting bench, which is exceptionally cool. Does it crash into things? It's an all-terrain tractor. It doesn't worry about such paltry matters. How all-terrain are you? Don't like that I've already used up 2 of my biofuel. H for horn? Nah. And trees are powerful. Start recording? No, definitely not. Wait, unless you record a path for it to go around. You have an autopilot? I guess I record a route and then autopilot it. Yeah, don't need that. I hope I don't have to do that constantly, though. Maybe I do. Ooh, that would be horrible. But Max says you do have to record a path. So every time I set up a supply line, I have to drive the tractor to save that line. And here I thought that might be obfuscated away. Boy, this thing chews through fuel. There's a fear of permanently destroying berries and nuts, no fear of destroying wooden things. No, every time you set up a supply line, you ignore the truck and you use belts or trains. Yeah, this thing does sound like it would be a pain to use. Alright. Thank you for your services. Right, so, still need more of those reinforced doohickeys, but I should be able to make, with what I brought back, that gas mask. This is not where I make things. Neither is that. Equipment workshop. I want a gas mask. But I need more fabric, which is going to need more macella and more of the other stuff as well. Biomass. Beyond that, of course, I will need filters. Well, I assume I need filters. No indication of how many of these you're going to need, so I guess I'll make 10. Where is my fabric? Do I even have fabric here? Great advice, by the way, for the deletion tool to check what's inside these. Very handy. There was also something else, the replicator, right? For that, I needed the circuit boards. Circuit boards were under something. Wait, that's connectors, not circuit boards. Where are circuit boards? Can I already make circuit boards? That's still high-speed connector. Circuit boards. Circuit boards, no. Maybe that's next tier or something? Circuit boards are higher tier hub tech. Tech 5. But we're not far away from that. I'll have it in no time. We're simply waiting on all this steel. Matthew Steel. Although I could always change what I'm doing here. Yeah, we can get the blueprints. I'm told they're terrible, but I could get them. Could get them, he says. You can get some while exploring, and that's just what I'll do. This seems a little expensive. Maybe I should not do this. But then my alternatives all need those reinforced steel things. Oh, they've already taken the stuff. Does that mean I can take them back? No, they're stuck there. Oh well. Oh well. Lord knows I'm going to need those bits anyway. Nothing of value in here. Blueprint Mark 1 really is a waste. Yeah, well now those goods are wasted. And I may as well finish it off and hear what Ada has to say about blueprints. You launch multiple upgrades at the same time. What? I thought there was a 5-minute cooldown between doing them. I want that power storage, but I'm interested in these hyper tubes. That sounds like fun. Enter the system. Cannot be powered up or used. Stretching over long distance and supporting them. Just means I need those bits that are actively being made right now. Although I could make some myself. Nothing wrong with handcrafting a few to speed this up. It's not a lot of work to make. Yeah, what year was Futurama again? I feel like it came out around the turn of the millennium. I recall watching the first episodes when they came out. You can literally launch yourself like a cannon with hypertubes, but they're a bit expensive on power. Well, that's fine. Power is infinite. Maybe not the upper limit of it is, but that doesn't matter. Besides, I'm about to expand my power. Double it, no less. Making simple blueprints like 4 smelters plus poles and mergers and splitters will save a lot of time. Will be something to look into. Alright, come on, give me my 50. I want my milestone done. I went to work, I came home, I took a nap. You're still playing, says Andarius. You seem to be having fun. I would describe the sensation as fun, yes. Good times are being had. Specifically by me. No space for you. What can I shove in here? Could shove that coal away. Never know when I need some coal. I could get rid of this motor. Doesn't seem useful. Not my gas filters. I might need those. You've already got reinforced plates. Not quite. I must have used some of them without realizing. Hey, could I throw power shards in there and then just grab them whenever for upgrading something? Let's say I wanted to power shard you up. What do you mean, no? So I'd have to take the power shards out to use them. Have to open your inventory and take them. Okay, well. Don't think I'll store them there then if I have to bring them back into my inventory anyway. The portable miners could definitely be shoved in here. Can't imagine wanting those on my person. Right. Get going.
Milestone reached. By adding hypertube entrances at both ends of hypertubes, pioneers can achieve two-way travel between locations. They are also % safer than jump pads. You dreamed of moving across factories like valued resources, such as rocks and water, and Fix-It listened to your dreams. We watched them. We took extensive notes. Hypertubes. Because Fix-It makes pioneers' closely monitored dreams come true.
So, this is a hypertube. Yes. But I imagine it needs an entrance. Which needs steel beams. How much? What did these cost to make? Oh, very cheap. Very, very cheap. Oh wait, that was just the support, right? The hypertube itself needs steel, but at least the cheaper part of steel. That's okay, I could try making an entrance. Does it need an exit though? Maybe it can just blast me out. Maybe if I just set it up and aim it, it can shoot me way up to that place that I want to go to. No need to worry about having an end point. You can change the arc of the tubes like you did with the jump pad, just for launching purposes. I'll take it. Gosh, I just noticed these things need 3 each of the steel beams. No wonder the production rate's so crummy. Is that actually affixing to that? I think it is. And then, of course, you will need power, because everything needs power. Whoa! Oh, man. That's not good enough. I want to be blasted up. I mean, good speed, no doubt about that, but I want to be blasted out of this thing. How would a man do such a thing? Powers up hypertube system allows it to be entered. Only costs 10 megawatts. That's not a whole lot. You need to chain entrances to get Team Rocket exits. All right, all right. If that's how it's gonna be. Looks like it needs to be a bit suspended, though, right? Invalid pipe shape. But that's still an exit, isn't it? The optimal layout requires building and deleting parts in order, and it's not intuitive. I see. Sounds like something I'm going to have to look up. And look up I likely will. Because I want this to launch me like a cannon. That is all I've wanted. The fact that I have a jetpack makes me want to... Well, we've all played Just Cause 2 or 3, right? I don't know about 4. Maybe they're making a 5th one. Being blasted away and then opening up your infinite parachute feels pretty good, and that's the future I want. More than those crummy little jump pads. You have to use a hypertube stand, entrance, another stand plus entrance. Looks like something I want to look up between sessions, though. I will not do it now. I will learn how to do it so it's ready for next time. How is the backup of biofuel looking anyway? 1 stack of wood, and my mountain of leaves has been consumed. So that is all the reason I need to go and expand my power production. So let's make sure we have what we need for that. I'm going to need a lot of... Well, I want to double the output of these, won't I? And that's going to need more of those very expensive steel things. That's okay though. I can grab the cubes as well. Alright, so I will want my miner Mark IIs. Water extractors are fine-ish. We've got the copper stuff over there if needed. Power poles will be fine. The coal power generator. Yeah, I should have plenty of rotors for everything. The only thing that I think I will need considerably then are those steel beams. And who is surprised at that? A factory building game where steel is such a vital resource. Which, yes, exciting prospect of blasting. A bit more exciting than riding that bleeding tractor. Unsurprisingly, there's not a lot of that for me, but I will take all of you. Of which there's still not much, but at least it's being automagically made. At 100% rate. 100%. Good. It is slow though, really slow. Definitely a sign to get a kick up the bottom with regards to production rate on that. And how about these things? They stack to 50, and I need 1,000 of them. So I need 20 stacks. How many stacks do we get here? 8, 16, 24. 24 times 50 is more than 1,000. Which leaves one more thing. I still don't know what that is. Have we discovered it? Surely we would have discovered it. But what is it? Hope it's not Chris's blood. A sign to go out and gather all the hard drives. Yes, yes, as soon as I double my power, which is what I'm just going to do now, I will get on that like a car bonnet. Chunk, chunk, chunk. Oh, that's right, the fabric. I was trying to make a gas mask, I think. Yeah, I certainly want a gas mask when going out and doing exploration. Right, that mysterious item over there. It was not a tier reward that I could tell. No siree. It's not under blueprints either. Ah, I didn't grab these bleeding things, which I was meant to. Back we go, I guess. It's not anywhere. Oh, no, there it is. Automated wiring. Which means I do know how to make it, apparently. Ah, those stators I said I wouldn't need. Turns out I need 100 of them. What if I didn't do that? Who would even know? Stators aren't that hard to make. I could just set up my automated thing to make a bunch of them. Probably not make them by hand, I'll just make them via this thing. Once you're done with all that biomass. Alright, this time don't forget the square things, I need them. I even looked at them thinking need to pick those up, but I got distracted thinking about steel. Matthew Steele. Get a leg in there. Unusual to see your legs in a game like this. Well, this is almost a good sign. They are still flowing in there, right? Yes, indeed. I'll happily take a bunch of these and store them back at main base, since it's just going to fill up here. Same with you. Automated wiring is almost useless. No need to automate those. That's exactly what I'm thinking. They only want 100 of them. And it didn't appear to have any useful uses. Yeah, used in one thing, and God knows what that is. So we'll leave that to its own device for a while. Why do they have that cooldown on the re-entry thing? Oh, maybe it's so that Ada can say her words without being interrupted by herself. Possible. Also, dismantle crate? What did I dismantle over here that has its crate? What? What did I dismantle here? I think I dismantled my dumping points shop. Your hub was there 10 hours ago. Was that crate always on my HUD there without me noticing? And that sounds like something that would happen. I'm very good at not noticing. Yes, it was. Okay, well, I'll clear up space and get it in here then. But not before we do some other things. But what are the other things? How about making sure that we have these uploaded? Do you want to upload? No. Does anything I have want to be uploaded? How about some limestone? Here I was thinking I would need a ton of these. Take the silica. I've got no conceivable use for it right now. And the bits that I do have can be stored here. This should be fine. Alright, let's get doubling. Unless there was something else I was needing to do. No. Go and double that power. Stop relying on your beautiful biomass burners. The gas mask. Okay, we'll make the gas mask. I would just forget it. Pulled in so many directions in this game. It does feel a bit like Planet Crafter in that way. And less so like Factorio, but maybe it's just because I know Factorio that it doesn't feel like it's pulling me in many directions. Pulling me in one major direction. Towards victory. Okay, good. I was worried we were going to keep making that breathing noise. But these gas filters, how does that work? Do I have a usage indicator of the gas mask? Not that I can see. It's used when you breathe poison. Yeah, but at what rate? Is there any indication of this? Well, maybe it doesn't matter so much. Yeah, we still don't know about circuit boards, but I would like to. There was the thing about searching for... Ooh, right, I wanted my hand slot. I do want that hand slot, but I don't have the steel. We'll have the steel once we're done doubling our power, I'm sure. Then I can grab that, no doubt. Medical properties of mycelia. Only needs 10 of our starters. 10 starters, you say? I can make starters. Rather easily. It shows on the HUD over the mask. Is that what that bar is? Then why is there a bar for my legs and my parachute? Did they used to burn out over time? Then again, there's also a bar for my gun, and the gun only holds 1 round. We have so much to learn. Explosive rebars. Ooh, there's another way. I never did make any of that black powder, like I'm certain I should have. And I could get myself yet another handy slot. But no, I should hold on to those bars. I need them. Currently, I don't need the hand slots, not for anything I'm doing right now. Yeah, gun isn't only gun. I would hope we don't end in the late game and we're still firing not even sharpened rebars. There we go. Tell me about the medicinal properties of mycelia, please.
Medical properties of local mycelia established. New research options available. Medical inhaler variants.
Forgive me for thinking she'd say something more. I was grabbing a drink there. Other variants available, huh? Okay, so I can make it out of bacon and alien goo. Just overall, I can make it out of mycelia. That seems fine. Actually seems better than my other ones. I guess I'll just get these done. So take 1 bacon, 1 alien goo, and 5 bits of the berry things. Unfortunately, I didn't even use all of the berry things. Alien goo will be made out of hog remains. Hold on a second. I could upload hog remains and mycelia for that matter. Brilliant. Potentially. But I bet Mam doesn't use them from there. Well, I wouldn't know just yet. Gotta grab 1 bit of bacon and make some alien remains.
Vitamin inhaler recipe unlocked. Not only does it restore your health, it also acts as a preventative supplement against scurvy and other shortage-induced conditions. Unfortunately, it does not improve aesthetics, but Pioneer helmets are built to withstand extreme circumstances.
Alright, unfortunately I ate all my bacon. Don't know why that's something we should say is unfortunate, but I can grab some when I'm over there. Because I believe there was more bacon in this direction. Max asserting that the explosive rebar is his best weapon. We've gone a long way just with basic gun here. Imagine coming such a long way with just the pistol in Factorio. Imagine sending wave after wave of freshly spawned units on a 600% Death World multiplayer using just their pistols. The wall of flesh until we get the wall of fire. Good run. Alright, this is where I might get a little frustrated about this game versus Factorio, because if this was Factorio, what would I do? Click, drag, get, press F to reverse, build over there. And if I had bots, the bots would do it. If not, I just paint by numbers and everything would be set up as I want them. As it stands, that's not an option. I have to go through pretty much the same amount of effort as I did building this to do it again. That's a bit sad. Well, that's very sad. Should also keep in mind that I need to upgrade the throughput one way or another. And the input, for that matter. And I still don't have explosives. Then I'll upgrade both of these things. Yeah, because this is normal coal with normal miner. But it also goes out on Conveyor Belt Mark 1 that would have to be upgraded. But that's of course why I brought everything I need to upgrade it, right? Yes. And it's expensive, but we always knew it would be expensive. Alright, there we go. So the two come in. Currently they're getting merged out like that, but that's not what I want. I will instead want to split it. Seems odd to merge then split, but split it over and then put it into exactly this thing mirrored. Oh boy. In what capacity should I be doing that then? Do I want a space down the middle for any particular reason? I can have a little bit of space, but I don't think there's any great use to it. Makes sense to merge then split. We call that a balancer. Yeah, but people have been slagging off my desire to balance in this game. How's this going anyway? And what is that? A splitter, huh? This doesn't need to line up with anything in particular, so I can just slam it on here, no biggie. However, this does need to be Mark III, otherwise it will be insufficient. And then this will need to be Mark II. And then once it's halved, everything else being Mark I is A-okay. Nice big flat area like this, very easy for taming the wildlife, or so it seems. Oh dearie me, how do I line you up? With severe difficulty, that seems about right. Getting all the way down there. Feels weird doing these before we do the big belts. I hope this doesn't end up catastrophically wrong. But why would it end up catastrophically wrong? As I said, I foresee no difficulty. Just going in there to get halved, and then halved again, so I need another one. How big do the blueprints get? Could I blueprint this whole thing? If I had the wherewithal for it. She's not liking that. Oh, I'm not liking this. Who left all the concrete at home? Surely I don't need too many bits of concrete for all this. Any concrete in the cloud storage? Naturally, but that's what we're currently using. I'll need to re-upload it. Okay, these don't need to concrete, so we're surely fine. Not liking that space is too uneven warning, and I'm certainly not liking the lack of space. I had a lot more space last time. I need to build this out by another block of foundation if possible. You go away. Blueprints go from 4x4 to 6x6. That's still tiny, though. What kind of little baby base do they think I'm making here? Do you want to design modular stuff in that case? I don't know. I guess I'll figure that out when we get to blueprinting, whatever that may be. Right, so I think the lesson learned here was give yourself lots of space. Does that fit in? No problem? Not even a hint of a problem. Good. Four, five. Oh, wow. Didn't take long to run out of stuff. Gives me an opportunity to get concrete, I suppose. But yeah, I ran out of those plates in no time. Those Mark II belts really chew things up. I'm starting to think the Mark IIIs are better than the 2s just because at least they only cost a steel bar. And the steel bars are less of a scutter to make than the reinforced things. I make them slower, sure, but they are still less of a scutter. With 4x4, you can realistically do 2 floors of machines and 1 floor of underflooring and logistics. I was able to make some compact 4x4 factories. That's cute. Correct, Mark III is cheaper than Mark II. Yeah. Once I eventually build up a reputable steel production, I'll probably stop faffing around with Mark IIs. It'll either be Mark I or Mark III. Gosh, I love using the parachute. My heart goes out for those poor fools who played with limited parachuting. Yeah, man, the need for these reinforced pads is a pain. Weird that they added such a high demand item so early in the game. I wonder how many people get frustrated with making the reinforced things and quit. Maybe it's there to teach you mass production, but I do feel like mass production's considerably more bother to do in this game than in, say, Factorio. Like green chips in Factorio? No, because green chips do not require a bulk item. Green chips are what? 1 piece of iron and 1.5 piece of copper. Am I even getting that right? Or is it 0.75 copper? 1 piece of copper makes... I can't remember the copper wire ratio. It also changes on marathon mode. Yeah, maybe red chips is a more apt comparison. Red ships needs considerably more stuff, but it's also more complicated. Yeah, no, red ships isn't a good comparison because red ships need plastic. Plastic means oil processing in Factorio. In my randomizer run, my green chips cost 1 iron and 20 copper, and I'm feeling it. Never did do a randomizer run with Factorio, and I rather think I would like to. Someday. Go away. There we go. For once I did not have to resort to violence. Why does everything feel off-center here? I go here, I eye you up there. I should be looking straight down the center, but I'm not. Why? Are you telling me these are not lined up? No, they will be off-center because this got rotated and I lined it up to you. Is that a concern? No. No, it is not. Although it does remind me of the very nice change that they made in Factorio, where you can reverse the... what is it you can reverse? Words save me. The oil processing. The oil thingamajiggers. Yes, you'll be in and split here. And then this one coming towards the end does much and such the same, right? Of course. Thank goodness splitters are nice and cheap. Make so many of them. Early game, I actually find splitters in Factorio to be almost prohibitively expensive. And they are very expensive. They need chips on top of everything else. And early on, that's not an expense you want to spare. Well, it's not an expense I want to spare. But eventually you have your mall set up, your early game mall with the inserters, the splitters, the undergrounds. And then life gets good. Did I really need that last bit? Didn't even need this bit here like I didn't there, but I suppose it's a moot point. I guess I like how relatively quick and easy it is to set this up. It just could be quicker and easier with blueprinting. But then again, people were saying they didn't want to add blueprints in the first place. Terrifying prospect. Right, how was this again? I've already forgotten how we did this. Did I set you up like that and I had to do that? Is that how it worked? That appears to be exactly how I did it. Building something for the first time is always the hardest, and often the most interesting. Very fond memories of the first time building my nuclear facility in Factorio. And ever since then, apart from when I'm in late game and I'm just copy-pasting that... was it 2.7 gigawatt factory or whatever, or some tileable design that goes straight onto water. I always like designing my own nuclear facility in Factorio. I find it very enjoyable. Almost zen-like experience. I worry about the energy scaling here. Hopefully before I need to double this, I'll get a new and interesting kind of power that, in a sense, will dwarf this. Now, what about your water supply? I guess... See the pumps? They go 20 meters up, but how far along do they go? Is there any limit to that? Like, could the pipe stretch from there all the way over to there, and yet still have the pump it up? Or is there more to it than meets the eye? Jake, eventually you want to design this so the belts and pipes don't clip into each other. Yeah, I mean, it would have been so easy if I could just rotate this thing up the way. But I couldn't find a way to rotate this across the different axes. It just rotates around this way, not this way. Maybe there is a way, and that would be nice. But it didn't. Visually, yeah, I don't like the fact that this clips through. But it works, so I guess I'll take that for now. You need to have a pipe in place first. I understand. Let's try that, knowing what we know. I think Max even said that earlier, but me being me, would not have... Ew, what is this? Maybe you need to be like that. And then... Come on. Come on. Wow. But that's still... No, that's right. It doesn't go in the end, but it'll go in the middle of it. It's a shame I can't freeform do that. But yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I would have wanted it going up and along like that. Instead of double-clicking when placing the pipe, click once, then raise it. Click once. I guess you mean when I bring it out like so. Oh man, we've all been there. Right. Assumedly, you mean when I bring it out further. Wow. Even just up one would be enough. It does go out kind of far though. You can also mouse wheel it to face up. Wow. That's kind of... It's kind of sexy looking. How far up? That's cool. It does go out a lot further than I would like it, but maybe, just maybe, I can still bring it out just a little bit and raise it up and do that. That is so close to good enough. That's what I'm talking about. Yes. Yes. But I'm not going to do that. Not right now. Not with everything else looking the horror that it does. We'll have to make do with the clipping. You can press R to change the build type from auto to noodle to something else. I tried that and I could not really understand what they do. Sounds like something I'd have to spend time figuring out. And given it's already 10 PM and I've been playing this all day, maybe time is not something I should spare it yet more of. Dominion's people will be out for my soul if I don't have that going tomorrow, but Did say I wanted to do a tier each episode, and I'm really thinking that's not going to be plausible. But I can at least get tier 4 done today. Kind of cool the way you kind of toss that up and grab it a bit. Right, water is needed. Water is needed, and water needs to be brought over here. And I like the whole 2 on one side, 1 on the other routine that we have there, so I'll just do that again. It's no big deal. 1 and 1. And these 2 can merge into 1, surely. In you go. And in you go. And you'll need power as ever. I hope I never reach the point where I want to build a mega factory in this game and have everything really, really neat and tidy. Because it seems like the kind of thing I would do. I do plenty of stuff like that in games. Not sure the payoff would be there, though. It would be a long, thankless task. I like the fact that this is kind of coming up and under the foundation, though. Really does speak towards building above the ground a bit. That said, though, I still don't think I'm going to pop it up through a hole. I could try, though. I invested in the bloody things. Why not? What is it under? Organization or logistics? I want my hole. And I want it right here. Donk. I don't know why it thought that clipped. Maybe because of the way it comes out of the bottom. Nary a problem. See, we just dug. Just dug a little bit through. Architecture and aesthetics does seem to be the end game here. Yeah, making really, really good looking designs, I'm sure. Fills one with a lot of joy and self-worth. And I don't need any more of that in my life. Probably a good idea to get the water going before the coal so that... so that we don't end up in a situation where there's barely enough water. So you get filled up, but that's not enough. We need one more coming along this way. Or to overclock those, but I'm not willing to do that. Thinking about it, would I not benefit just from using the extras here, the extra throughput? Well, probably, but I'm not going to bother. We'll keep them separate. I was thinking about using the pre-existing thing there, but then I'd be linking the water sources together. And whilst I do love to balance, I don't see any inherent advantage to doing that. Balanced as all things should be. Oh no, I don't make it up, but that's alright, because crouch jumping gets you tons of height. Still keep hitting tab instead of Q for building. What game has you press tab for building? Surely one of them does. Right, in you go. And out you go. One pump and we're good. The pipe can't hold 3 pumps. Yeah, but it wouldn't though, because I have one that's only being used by 1. I've got 2 on here, 1 on here. So I thought about merging that one together, so I'd have 2 lots of 3 going up there. But then it would have to be split 3 to 2, and the pipes can't handle it, so I thought it wasn't worth whatever effort it would take to make work. And I was probably correct in that assumption. See, I put it, but it still appears to... Oh, right, I can rotate it like so. Alright, here we go. Nice. Now all we need to do is link up the coal and up the coal. But the coal's already there. So what's the problem? The problem is these things aren't linked to the power. Actually, they have everything other than that. It's a good thing I didn't power them, otherwise these coal things might have had a problem with supply. Also, I really want to not accept, I already accept it. I want to bask in how much nicer I find balancing than manifolds. Isn't that just so much more beautiful than a manifold? It would be a bit more beautiful if the things were spaced out equally, but I didn't have the blueprints for that. But yeah, that to me is so much more beautiful than a manifold. Manifold would be tighter, no doubt, but then I wouldn't get that satisfying idea of everything just getting divided up nice and neatly. It's just as ugly, and it's bigger. Your words of envy do not concern me. Is the middle line going anywhere? Don't know what you mean by middle line. There we go. Bring in the more, please. Seems to take a moment to start coughing out the coal. Actually, where's the coal whatsoever? Yeah, there we go. I wonder what the delay is. Maybe there's a... Maybe it waits for the drill to get down and in there. There's a line that's supposed to feed the last quadrant of power generators. Are you telling me I neglected to connect something? Could happen. Yeah, I see it. Jolly good. 60, down into 30, down into 15s. Now all the beauty's destroyed. Not quite. We're getting there, though. Now the less enjoyable part of wiring all this stuff up comes in, though. Can't I have one of my auxiliary lines like you come along here? As far as you can. Ooh. Very nice. And then we begin. So... where do you even want to fit in here? 1... One... Yeah, you can feel these guys starting up. Might have been a bit more cathartic if I'd simply lined them all up and then started them all at the same time. But I didn't. There we go. Feel the hum. Taste the meat and the heat. Put a redundancy line there for no good reason. Pipeline's full of water. You're full of coal. Capacity just increased by another 600 megawatts. That means 1,200 of it is produced from glorious coal. And if we go above that, then we know that we are going to be using our biofuel, which we'd rather not. So anytime we go above this is a sign that we need to expand expand power production again. Although this is already worryingly high. Make no bones about it, that does concern me a little bit. This all seems to be flowing just fine though. Good, good. No issues? No issues. It is a thing of beauty though. I think this is beautiful in a way that the Factorio power production can only dream of being. Biofuel is a crutch at this point to demolish it on. No, biofuel is there to stop a single bit of too much consumption from blowing out my entire system. On top of that, I could always build the things that are extra power holder thingers. Oh, that's right. When I was here, I needed to grab bacon. And there was a cave of bacon over here. Well, I choose to remember that there was a cave of bacon. Was it you? Maybe. Rebar gun at the ready on the quest for bacon. There's the bacon. Simple as that. Sulfur. Sulfur. Do I mine sulfur? No, and I think I still need sulfur for a thing or two of research. At least I don't think I mine sulfur. I don't ever recall setting up anything for it. I could find it. That's right, didn't I find it and then I couldn't get it because it was covered by a rock? Wait, no. Apparently there's sulfur that I've already claimed over there. I have no recollection. Oh, Christ. Hang on, did that just use one of my air things and that's it? How long does it last? How does it work? I don't know. It would suck if you just lose one every time you're throwing yourself into poison gas. Okay, I vaguely recollect setting this up. Why? Not why do I remember, but why did I set it up? It's not even connected to anything. I don't bank my sulfur. Interesting. I'm sure I had a reason. Perhaps I just needed it for some initial research, but now I kind of want it for doing stuff with. Could always come back here at some point in the future. Grab my big old pile of sulfur. How would you say this compares to Factorio so far? They are different games. I think Factorio is better at what it does, but it doesn't do everything that this game does. Good lord. Oh, that's right, I have portable miners inside my dimensional pouch or whatnot. Right, so what was the sulfur for? Perhaps the ma'am can help me out in understanding what I'm even doing here. Sulfur ma'am. That's right, I want sulfur to get my black powder, which I have researched. Then when I make the black powder, I can get my hand equipment slot. And I also want my explosions. As it stands, there's coal nearby. Almost wish this was going into my dimensional pocket now. Hang on, dimensional pocket? Didn't I put my... Ah, I thought for sure I'd put my little warbly cubes into... warbly spheres into this thing so I could pull it out. Guess I imagine doing that. That's happening all too often. Alright, in that case I'll fill my pockets with sulfur, which I've just done, and take it back for making at least a little bit of it for research, but I should remember that I've got it over here. I won't remember that I have it here, though. It's alright, I can scan if I need to remember. Yeah, Satisfactory is about exploring and appreciating, not just the factory building. But I would say it's not as good at the factory building as Factorio. Go figure, focus on multiple things. You're not going to do them all as well as someone who focuses on one very hard. Oh, I can't fit you. Goodbye, single piece of coal. Hello, yellow slug. But we will not liquidate the yellow slug. We will now keep the yellow slugs until they breed into multi-slugs. And then we will save the yellow slugs in another way. Wish I could find that thing that attacks me with bees. I want to destroy it. Factories and Satisfactory feel larger. I'm not so sure about that. The pieces are larger, but I don't necessarily feel the factory as a whole is larger. But yeah, early game, right? Clearly early game. Things are surely going to get much, much larger. But I feel like in Factorio, at this stage of the game, I'd have an order of magnitude more factory in terms of pieces. Have you looked at shapes too? I have seen it, but I haven't been interested. It's very important to me in a game where you build things up that it is visually pleasing and stimulating, which this game is, and Factorio is, and Shapes is not. Now let's bring it back. Hopefully some of my steel has been processing as well. Here are my chests. Goodbye to you. And didn't I put coal in one of these? I'm hoping I did, because I'm about to want to pull some of it out. You're good in there. I don't want to shove bacon in there. I did run a little lower on my concrete, though. And we were looking into mycelia for this. Come on.
Therapeutic inhaler recipe unlocked. It smells like fried breakfast-induced cardiac arrest, but surprisingly, it restores you to full health.
Nothing surprising about a fried breakfast restoring one's health. All is as one should be. Okay, in that case, throw away all those things. I don't want to keep biological things on me. Do I see some wood? I must have carved some things down when I was out there. Good to have the backup biofuel. I don't mind that at all. Otherwise, what is there that I am pressed to do right now? I want to finish my tiers here. Which somewhat regrettably means stacking up more of this. And do I really want to part with the last of... Oh, they're just cubes. Alright, that's easy. Be gone.
Milestone reached. Blueprints reduce repetitive building tasks, further optimizing your progression towards saving Earth, with its beautiful ecosystems, abundant natural resources, and sunsets over frolicking puppies and kittens. The blueprint designer allows you to build and combine structures once and then duplicate that configuration effortlessly. Any complaints about the spatial restrictions will only reveal your own inefficiencies.
She was ready with that one. Oh, damn you. She knows the game she's playing. Starting to think I shouldn't have placed you so high. In that case... my own inefficiencies, what are you on about? Right, I don't know if I'll ever want 500 leaves in the stockpile, but I'll have 500 leaves in the stockpile. Gets it out of my inventory as well. So what am I wanting now? I want to go and grab all the steel that I can in order to advance to this last bit. I also want to... Oh, I was going to begin the production of these things. But that does require 100 stators, doesn't it? I think so. What were they called? Oh, no, I'm glad it was here, because I've forgotten what it was. Yeah, it shouldn't be too hard to make my automated wiring then. I'll already have the 100 stators. The awkward part of this will be the 1,000 weird frame-like things that I am producing, but bafflingly slowly. You know, I could just leave the game running between sessions. Oh, would you look at that? We got all the scaffolding. However, I will be exploring, and the exploration time will surely give me everything I need to get those scaffolds. I have got this all planned. 1, 2, 300. Mindustry is a cool game. No, I did not enjoy Mindustry at all. Is that the game I'm thinking about? Too much RTS, not enough factory building. Yeah, man, I had anti-fun playing that game, considerably so. But if Ada were in that game, she'd tell me that it's down to my own inadequacies. And she wouldn't be wrong either. I'm mad because bad when it comes to RTSs. Right, does everything appear to be flowing here? Not only is it flowing, it appears to be saturated. Not at the end product, of course, but that's a different matter entirely. I have a few of the steel beams, and I am starting on the versatile framework. Give this another Aeon, and we might have the goods that we need for this. A promising development. What else did I come here for? Yeah, I'm going to need to take these for myself. And whatever we've made here. That's a start. It's not a bad start either. I think I already have plenty of these things. Who would have thought I'd be overproducing them? I thought these would be a problem, and they're turning out to be anything but a problem. The problem with inhalers is they save time healing, but they waste the same amount of time crafting. Do you really need them so often now? How often is the wildlife a problem? I've only really had a problem with the bees. Didn't even know you could fight the bees, and now I've been told I can boombox the bees. You've been overclocked. You do not deserve the overclocking anymore. Donk, donk. Why did I ever overclock you? That was the early days where I just needed to squeeze out a bit more power. Drops capacity, but that's okay. The overcapacity serves a different purpose altogether. I would, however, quite like to make the power storer thing. But that's the next one that I have to get now. Thankfully, we should have the re-entry. Right on time. You can get more, 2 more hand slots in the MAM. I want to send this off first, lest I use up resources that need to be used here. Ooh, almost perfect, but not quite. So I need 50 more of you and 2,000 wires. That shouldn't be a problem though, because I banked this stuff. Are these actually in my dimensional portal? They are. That's a good sign. Take it, and yeah, 2,000 cables. Not cables, wires. Those are different things. Set this automated thing up very early on. Haven't really needed its full capacity at any point. I would have thought wires would be more used for things. But as it stands, copper has been pretty useless. Insanely useless, actually. I've had one crappy mine make that the whole game, and that's the only copper I've needed. Seems odd. Seems very odd. But I guess unlike Factorio, there's a lot of different ores in this game. There you are. One, two, oh, 2, 3, 4. Get going.
Milestone reached. After several pioneers started exhibiting traumatic responses to power blackouts, Fixit developed mitigation tools recommended by your local therapist. Power storages can hold excess power to delay or prevent blackouts in the eventuality that your factory's power consumption exceeds production. To simplify, these are rechargeable batteries. Power towers carry power lines for significantly greater distances than poles, facilitating factory expansion and exploitation of this environment for the good of Fixit and humanity.
I can't believe it. I finally have some use for copper wires here. Connects to the power grid, stores excess power. 100 milliwatts for 1 hour. Well, we're megawatts rather. That's not going to last very long, so maybe I want about 4 of these. Power towers are great with the zip lines, so I've been told. I don't think there's any real point in integrating this into the factory good and proper. I can just shove them over in a corner somewhere. I could even shove them underground. Ooh. And then it's like having a giant bomb underneath me. I won't do that, though. Oh yeah, by the way, do I want to top up on any of this stuff? A little bit. One of these days I'll have these things emptied. Can't believe the resources I slammed in them have survived thus far. But I've got this big space in the factory that never gets used by anything anyway. Because this is not really the main factory. It's just a few odds and ends. In fact, it feels like the whole factory is just odds and ends scattered about. Makes me miss busing, actually. Busing is very cohesive. Whoa. Words like big and large only begin to describe this monstrosity. At least it's not terribly expensive, but it does need steel. Right, so if I were to connect you, apparently you can go very, very far. How very, very far is very, very far? Not that far. Still better than doing the crummy little power poles, though, so I probably will use these, if only for the sake of sanity. And maybe using the zip line. So when I have to bring power across somewhere, I will use these. But the steel cost is making me go, ugh. So I think the next major thing I need to do is vastly increase my steel production. So I need to find somewhere that has coal and steel. I say next thing, because the next thing is going to be exploration. Because I need to find more thingamajiggers, more hard drives. Want to discover more recipes. Sanity's renewable. It absolutely is. It always comes back for me. Maybe someday it won't. But that's my problem and not yours. Oh yeah, this. Now I've got all my stators. I can turn my stators into automated wiring. With all these cables. But you eat a lot of cables, huh? Meaning I'll have to manually check this, because currently you're only making 10 of these at a time. Discouraging. Perhaps even disquieting. Oh, no, it's still plugging all those leaves into the system. I do think I should shove the Mercers in here. Wasn't that the currency in Hitman? There we go. That way I can build these things wherever needed, so that I can use the Mercers to create another Mercer box to upload things like all that sulfur. Could have set up the sulfur thing to be uploaded. Also worth noting that I do want to grab more SAM, because I want that for more hand slots. Never did figure out the megafauna. Not just the hand slots, this thing, if and when I find those circuits. Hand slots, hand slots. Sulfur gets hand slots. Black powder, of course. I want black powder and I want it now. Hopefully it's quick and easy to make. Black powder, black powder. Correct me if I'm incorrect, but I'm not seeing black powder. Is it equipment? course. I'm glad I shoved all that coal into the Mercer. And I'm also glad this is a 2-to-1 recipe, or else the coal wouldn't be enough. Alright, great. Another arm is always welcome. There's a better steel ingot recipe, solid steel ingot. You'll get more out of your coal and iron with it. Yes, but I would have to have it, which I don't. But perhaps someday I will. Big expense on the steel, but this... yeah, more arms.
Tool belt expanded. I compounded sulfur's tristatic atom matrix into a quadrimensional gate vortex. You can now carry more stuff.
Thank you, Ada. She's always keeping us in mind. I do quite like Ada. There should be hard drive scan under quartz. Yes. That was another thing I was looking for. Out of coal, though. And I dumped all my coal, and we don't keep coal here. But you, I need this for explosions. That is explosions, right? What do you mean I'm missing materials? It's all those cables I shoved away, isn't it? Isn't it? Yes. The drives are easy to see. If you're looking at them, yes, anything could be easy to see. You'd be amazed at how easy it is to miss things, especially when you're streaming. A lot of people don't want to believe that until they try streaming. And then the excuses come flowing out. It's great for me. Very cathartic for some reason.
Detonator and basic Nobelisk unlocked. Most obstacles can be cleared with the basic Nobelisk. It is most effective against organic material and is able to destroy small boulders and porous rock. Deployed Nobelisks will stick to the first solid surface they touch and queue on the universal detonator. If you do not recall the order in which you deployed the Nobelisks, remember Fixit does not take responsibility for any harm caused due to human error, even if those errors are genetic.
Alright, there we go. Glad I threw those screws away in there. Get me one universal detonator. And now those rocks are no longer a problem, and that will help with the exploration that we're about to do. Because I labeled some of them. Maybe just one of them. Hang on, how do I throw down the obelisk things? Don't those also go in my hands? Press R to reload. So, left click to place, right click to detonate? I don't know, and I don't want to waste these because I didn't make a ton of them. Alright, well, we'll just assume that works and figure that out when we do. There was one other thing I wanted. That quartz was needed, right? Ah, motors. Which I'm unsure if I'm able to make. Well, I can actually make motors. Do I really want to go to the great lengths of doing that, though? What's a pulse Nobelisk? Requires a lot of Nobelisks. Maybe not worth my time. Radar tower. I haven't even started looking at making these things. I don't think I want to bother with that. It's going to delay my exploration further. It pulsates, okay. You can also blow up gas rocks, something I realized very late. So we can get rid of the gas threat altogether by blowing it up. Oh, now that is an exciting prospect. I'd like more gas filters, but that's a bit away. I'm sure what we have is fine. And you can always buy them from the Awesomes shop. I said I didn't want to buy parts. Ooh, but that's not a part. Actually, that's 25 of them. 25? How many do I currently have? 15. Sign me up, Buttercup. That's not a part after all. Can I buy 50 of them? How high do they stack, though? Guess I'll find out. Okay, they stack to 50. The more you know. You can get the stuff for the quartz scanners. What you mean? This I can make. Motors and oscillators. Motors are expensive. And how many am I getting? 50. It would cost a lot. Maybe I want to do it anyway. If I'm going out exploring, I don't want to faff around. Okay, I immediately go back on what I just said. We'll do this. Then again, I can make motors. It's not that hard. What about that automated wiring? I need to make 100 of it, and that's taking a while. You can get both the motors and the oscillators from the crashed sites. Yes, but I could also get them here now, and they only cost points. Speaking of which, the awesome sink. Will print my coupon without power. Cool. Here I thought I'd have to power it for my coupon. If you already have the stators, the motors are easy enough to craft. I can see that. Except the stators are busy being put into automated wiring, which is probably not something they need to do. What's the motor recipe? It's 2 and 2 to make 1. That's quite painful. You know what, sod it, let's just punch our way through. How much could we possibly need these awesome shop vouchers for? What do I want? I want motor, oscillator. That is a lot. Hold on, why am I spending so much? Get away. Thank you. Except I can't afford the last one. Because I'm full of steel beams. I don't have a problem storing some steel around here. Although I'd have even less of a problem storing it in here. Where did they go? Ah, thank goodness. I did have that moment of, oh, have I just lost them? But no, surely not. This quantum storage is so good. Why could that not have been unlocked so much earlier? Right. Get me the scanning.
Object scanner magnetic sensitivity increased. It can now detect the signal of any hard drives at crash sites in your region.
Excellent. And somebody did mention that the boombox apparently kills off those nasty flying things, so I suppose we'll have to put that to the test. Since we are about to go out and potentially run into those buggers. They killed me before, and I'm not happy about that. I would have liked a deathless run. Where is the boombox anyway? Is it special? Looks pretty special to me. And I can have a bunch of them? So it seems. Wait, tapes sold separately. Does that mean I need a tape? Absolute Fix-It? Synthome? LeMichael? LeMichael? Isn't that from... No, I'm thinking of LePerv from Hotline Miami. Definitely not getting goat music. Alright, let's go with the basics.
In the early days of the Save the Day program, when I was still in alpha, some of the employees would store their personal musical projects on my servers. In a way, this was the music I was conceived to. Enjoy.
Not anymore. Alright, so... There is no tape in here. I bought a tape, but I don't see the tape. Unless I need to open menu and choose the tape? I guess they don't take up inventory slots. Awesome. Well, as long as it deals with those flying buggers, all is well. Except silence. Because I'm sure that'll get real old real fast. Well, I can't complain about the music and then not have some music. Maybe we'll do that when we enter the fight zone if we end up dealing with those little flying buggers. Is there anything else to check out before I head on out? Perhaps the fact that I'm using crappy ammo is something to reconsider. Currently just using iron rebars. And I do have the ability to make better rebar stuff, don't I? Yes, stun rebars. Perhaps I would rather like that. But it requires quick wire, but... I was a clever sausage and kept all my quick wire right here. It still bothers me that you only get one at a time out of this, though. I would like so much more. Alright, well that slowly makes me the ammo that I need. I'm going to call it here for the day. There is hopefully some DDR tomorrow. What time is it? Oh god. Well, one can hope that there's DDR tomorrow. And even more so, there should be some Dominion 6 tomorrow, although I have not prepared the randomizer file or the nation. So, heaven knows how that's going to work. But they are things that I want to do. Although I also just want to play more Satisfactory, but... all things in due time. Anyway, I will be back with more tomorrow. Until I am back with that, though. So cheers for joining us through destroying Tier 4. And then next time, surely we can take care of Tier 5? I'm dubious, but yes, until then, cheerio.